eat cooking potatoes, actually. So it was a good story. I try to gauge if they are repenting or if they are not repenting, because they're atheists and at some point they need to turn the corner. The whole British psyche is anti-pope. Now, that's the core psyche of the Brits, anti-pope. It's like, dude, God exists. They're like, I'm just saying. So, I'm just trying to wonder if they turn the corner, because there's not really any argument once God exists and they need to turn the corner. It has nothing to do with, the battle. Basically, there's no other option. The most atheist nation on earth really doesn't really have an option. If God is proven to exist, it's not really like, yeah, but our enemies are. No, it's kind of like. So I was just wondering if they turned the corner. They sounded reasonable. They talked about cooking in the past. Cooking seems good. I don't have any objection. It's a harmless. It's a really harmless thing, and keeps the occupied. I think it's commendable. I don't really have a problem. They started talking about the dangers of burning. I scratched my head and I said, you know what? I told them that God hates rare meat. Are they being contrary? Just, it's like, once, there's this one funny video where he says, are you repeating what I said? And then the guy repeats it. Are you contradicting everything I say? I say rare, he says, well done. I say, don't talk about your childhood. This guy says, leaders make their people talk about childhood. It might have been a way of asking what God cares about. They might look to me for trusted advice on, there's kind of a cancer risk with burnt toast. The FDA should put a warning that rare meat is a God risk. Warning, this pisses God off. Once God talks, the FDA has an obligation to do shit like that. That makes perfect sense. FDA warning, God gets pissed about rare meat. God goes ballistic if you eat blood. It pisses God off. God's an engineer, and when he's trying to get us to eat cooked meat, he just goes berserk and just makes him insane. Fucking up the ass makes him insane. Anything to do with butts makes him insane. I discovered body odor. You want to stay away from body odor. This is dangerous territory. He doesn't really care. The funny thing is there's lots of stuff he doesn't care about. I asked him about endangered species. He said enough stars. In other words, he's got 1,000 planets. He's got species up the ass. He doesn't give a fuck. Okay, it's just a species is nothing more than a doodle. He doesn't give a fuck. He likes octopuses. I asked him what's for dinner. He said whale. It's a fucking cow. God likes elephants. What good's a whale? It's literally a fucking cow. God likes octopuses. Does that mean you can't kill them? No. God doesn't. God. Now here's what I'm saying. The Bible is very clear on what God likes and doesn't like. The Bible is a little bit. The Bible needs to be proven with a modern God, and I've confirmed some things. God said God doesn't like you to eat nasty shit. In other words, He told the Jews, give that shit to the strangers. You guys eat good shit. Don't eat nasty shit. The Orientals think it's macho to eat crazy, nasty shit. Anyway, don't eat nasty shit. Fuck it. Give it to the Orientals. So, you should put a government warning, rare meat pisses God off. The whole world needs that warning. The Brits say, burnt meat causes cancer. I howl with laughter. One, two, three, four. Two, 4, 5, 3, 7. So, I say God hates rare meat. The Brits say burnt meat causes cancer. And I start laughing my ass off on the floor. That's the funniest thing ever. And give to his officers or to his servants, and he will take your men servants and your maid servants and your goodliest young men and your asses and put them to his work, and he will take 1/10 of your sheep, and ye shall be his servants. And ye shall cry out in that day because of your king which ye have chosen you, and the Lord will not hear you in that day. Nevertheless the people refused to obey the voice of Samuel, and said, Nay, but we will have a king over us. that we may be like other nations, and that our king may judge us and go out before us and fight our battles. And Samuel heard all these words of the people and rehearsed them to the ears of the Lord. And the Lord said to Samuel, Hearken unto their voice, and make them a king. And Samuel said to the men of Israel, Go ye every man into a city. And there was a man of Benjamin, whose name was Kish, the son of Abiel, the son of Zeror, the son of Bechorath, son of Aphiah, a Benjaminite, a mighty man of power. And he had a son whose name was Saul, a choice young man, and a goodly. And there was none among the children of Israel a goodlier person than he. From his shoulders and upward he was higher than any of the people. Let's read that. Hello? 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 Okay, bye. Hello? I don't know why I coughed. Okay, so let's talk to God. Let's do a comic. Let's do. Hello? Hello? Cancel. You know, one time I praised Ramsey. The Pope did the opposite. I said God sunk refugee ships. The Pope called for helping refugees. For a long time, the Pope did the opposite of whatever I just said. Hello? 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 The homos are enraged by God. The homos are enraged by God. They're beyond. Hello? The homos are like berserk. What do we got? One, two. So we got 92628. Hello? I should take the phone off that. I have a battery phone. That's a battery phone. The other phone is a regular phone. The homos signed me up for cat facts, which calls you with facts about cats. Saith he it altogether for our sakes, or for our sakes no doubt this is written, that he that ploweth should plow in hope, he that thresheth in hope should be partaker of his hope. If we have sown unto you spiritual things, is it a great thing if we shall reap your carnal things? If others be partakers of this power over you, are not we rather? Nevertheless, we have not used this power, but suffer all things, lest we should hinder the gospel of Christ. Do ye not know that they which minister about holy things live of the things of the temple? And they which wait at the altar are partakers with the altar. Even so hath the Lord ordained that they which preach the gospel should live with the gospel. But I have used none of these things, neither have I written these things, that it should be so done unto me. For it were better for me to die than that any man should make my glory void. For though I preach the gospel, I have nothing to glory of, for necessity is laid upon me. Yea, woe is unto me if I preach not the gospel. For if I do not this thing willingly, I have a reward. But if against my will, a dispensation of gospel is committed unto me. What is my reward then? Verily, that when I preach the gospel, I may make the gospel of Christ without charge, that I abuse not my power in the gospel. For though I be free from all men, yet have I made myself servant unto all, that I might gain the more. And unto the Jews I became a Jew, that I might gain the Jews. To them that are under the law, as under the law, that I might gain them that are under the law. To them that are without law, as without law, being not without law to God, but under the law to Christ, that I might gain them that are without law. Well, that was so. So So I think she's asleep. Maybe not. Oh well. So let's. Let's do a Moses comic. Yay, Moses comic. So now we get. Okay, come on. Can we have a decent miracle, Mr. God? You've been stingy a little bit. Come on, a really cool one. Do a really cool one. Why don't you love me? The heavens declare his righteousness, and all the people see his glory. Confounded be all they that serve graven images, that boast themselves of idols. Worship them, all ye gods. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced because of thy judgments, O Lord. For thou, Lord, art high above all the earth. Thou art exalted far above all gods. Ye that love the Lord hate evil. He preserveth the souls of his saints, and he delivereth them out of the hand of the wicked. Light is sown for righteous, and gladness for the upright in heart. Rejoice, the upright in heart. What? Okay. Rejoice in the Lord, ye righteous. Give thanks at the remembrance of his holiness. O sing unto the Lord a new song, for he hath done marvelous things. His right hand and his holy arm hath gotten him the victory. The Lord hath made known the salvation. His righteousness hath he openly shewed in the sight of the heathen. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Make joyful noise unto the Lord, all ye earth. Make a loud noise and rejoice and sing praise. Okay. Don't do that. Someone said Twitter shadow bans racist. I asked God if he was what he was gonna do to punish the British. He said he's not gonna talk to them. The British were talking about pedophile priests. I asked God what he was gonna do for them, for attacking priests. He said there's gonna be a priest shortage. Have fun with herding your cattle. Whoopee-ki-yay. We got the best flock of cattle you ever seen. You ban me from Twitter. God bans you from heaven. You put me in jail. God puts you in hell. Did I already see this? I think I already saw this. I saw that. Is this going to create a copyright? What do you think the odds are? So I don't like it when people say the word potato. If I were Jewish, I would not want them to talk about the Holocaust. God is perfectly just. What? I guess you can look at it as a big blessing, or it turned into a blessing. But do I like to talk about the potato famine? No. If I were black, I would not want to talk about slavery. It's kind of like you got winners and losers, and you kind of feel like a loser. What? Just saying. I wouldn't appreciate talking. Well, somebody denied the Holocaust. I giggled. If I were Jewish, I'd be denying the Holocaust. It never happened. What are you talking about? It's a lie. It's kind of like winners and losers. Slaves are the losers, potato famines are the losers, the Holocaust victims are the losers. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, I am returned to Jerusalem with mercies. My house shall be built in it, saith the Lord of hosts, and a line shall be stretched forth upon Jerusalem. Cry ye, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, my cities through prosperity shall yet be spared abroad, and the Lord shall yet comfort Zion, and shall yet choose Jerusalem. When lifted I up mine eyes, I saw, and behold, 4 horns. And I said unto the angel which talketh with me, What be these? And he answered me, These are the horns which have scattered Judah and Israel and Jerusalem. God said he wanted to compact the Jews. That's what the Holocaust was for. It was kind of a nasty joke. And he showed me 4 carpenters. Then said I, What come these to do? And he spake, saying, These are the horns which have scattered Judah, so that no man did lift up his head, but these are come to fray them, to cast out the horns of the Gentiles, which lifted up the horn over the land of Judah to scatter it. And I lifted up mine eyes again, and looked, and behold, a man with a measuring line in his hand. And he said, and then said I, Whither goest thou? And he said unto me, To measure Jerusalem. I'm laughing because for some reason this passage strikes me as hilarious. Just this one line. sometimes I quote it. Where goes thou? To measure Jerusalem. It makes me giggle. I don't know. Anyway, and behold, the angel that talketh with me went forth, and another angel went out to meet him, and said unto him, Run, speak to this young man, saying, Jerusalem shall be inhabited as towns without walls, for the multitude of men and cattle therein. For I, saith the Lord, will be unto her a wall of fire round about, and will be the glory in the midst of her. You know, Christians, Christ died. It's kind of fucked. It's hard to keep your dignity if you're a Christian. Dude, he died. Yeah, that's the great thing. He rose again. Okay. Well, so if a person is helpless, can't tell what is true and not true, he's been rendered completely impotent. The fear of viruses, people are completely helpless. If you prove to them something on the internet, they think it's fake. You've created a completely helpless population. They're as dumb as cattle in the headlights. They cannot tell what's going on.
camera to be so curious that we physically move in and we want to know what's going on.
Oh, this is the BBC. Fuck this. It's a copyright violation. The 8 most powerful moments of St. Pope Francis. That sounds bad.
From the moment he stepped foot in the United States, Pope Francis captured the nation's attention. Whether it was his bold statements about family life or the car he traveled in, the Pope's first trip to the U.S. was filled with meaning.
Okay, fuck this. Okay, I have to do some work. Fuck. Fuck. This is happening far too often. What do you call it? In Parliament, what do you call the record? Fuck, I can't remember. So here's my formula for making comics. Try and think of some original, of some idea that sounds plausible, that's original, and then try and make it funny. So first to think of something original, and then make it funny. What do we got? 20598. Towns, even 3 countries. Yet the children of Manasseh could not drive out the inhabitants of those cities, but the Canaanites would dwell in that land. Yet it came to pass when the children of Israel were waxen strong, that they put the Canaanites to tribute, but did not utterly drive them out. And the children of Joseph spake unto Joshua, saying, Why hast thou given me but one lot, and one portion to inherit, seeing I am a great people, forasmuch as the Lord hath blessed me hitherto? And Joshua answered them, If thou be a great people, then get thee up to the wood country, and cut down for thyself there in the land of the Perizzites and of the giants, if Mount Ephraim be too narrow for thee. And the children of Joseph said, The hill is not enough for us, and all the Canaanites that dwell in the land of the valley have chariots of iron, both they who are of Bethshean and her towns, and they who are of the valley of Jezreel. And Joshua spake unto the house of Joseph, Even if Ephraim and Manasseh saying, Thou art a great people, and hast great power, thou shalt not have one lot only, but the mountains shall be thine, for it is a wood, and thou shalt cut it down, and the outgoings of it shall be thine, for thou shalt drive out the Canaanites, though they have iron chariots, and though they be strong. And the whole congregation of the children of Israel assembled together at Shiloh, and set up the tabernacle of the congregation there, and the land was subdued before them. Okay, the faggots think that my camera is hacked. Dude, you faggots are in denial. Striking in. Well, why don't you keep doing work? You see, the thing about writing Moses comics, it's not a sure thing. So you don't want to get in a situation where you have to do it. It's like I don't know where the Moses comics come from. I don't know where the Moses comics come from. By that I mean I wasn't trained to make Moses comics. How it is that I create them, I don't know. I should put the phone back on the hook, see if it rings. Hey, no, there's nothing there. She's been watching me. What if she's been making videos and not watching me? She does make videos. What? Wait, was that interesting? Okay, what we have here is a who doesn't know what the word random number means. This is a who does not know. Okay, let's pretend you have a random number. What does random number mean? Does it mean deep neural net? Yeah, that must be what it means. If you make random numbers, it means you're using neural nets that think really deeply. Right? Like if we go here, this is neural nets. We all know that these are neural nets. This looks like a neural net right here, and this looks like a neural net. And so this must be neural nets, because that's what it looks like. So this is neural nets, and they're deep neural nets. Because it's a nigger thing you wouldn't understand. Oh, 3101. Okay. I think we're in trouble. 14 years for thy 2 daughters, and 6 years for thy cattle, and thou hast changed my wages 10 times. Except the God of my fathers, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had been with me. Surely thou hast sent me away now empty. God hath seen my affliction and the labor of my hands, and rebuked thee yesternight. And Laban answered and said unto Jacob, These daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle, and all that thou seest is mine. And what can I do this day unto these my daughters, or unto these children which I have borne? Now therefore come thou, let us make a covenant, I and thou, and let it be for a witness between me and thee. And Jacob took a stone and set it up for a pillar. And Jacob said unto his brethren, Gather stones. And they took stones and made a heap, and they did eat thereupon the heap. And Laban called it Jegar-Sheh Dutha, and Jacob called it Galeed. And Laban said, This heap is witness between me and thee this day. Therefore was the name of it called Galeed. And Mizpah, for he said, The Lord watch between me and thee, when we are absent one from another. And if thou shalt afflict my daughters, or if thou shalt take other wives beside my daughters, no man is with us. See, God is witness betwixt me and thee. And Laban said to Jacob, Behold this heap, and behold this pillar, which have cast betwixt me and thee. This heap be witness, and these pillars be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to thee, and that thou shalt not pass over this heap and this pillar unto me for harm. Well, we know how it ends. Okay, I gotta. Shit. What's the name for goat meat? I don't know. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thine enemies. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down, he crouched as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and until him shall the gathering of the people be. Binding his foal unto the vine, and his ass's colt unto the choice vine. He washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be red with wine, and his teeth white with milk. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea, and he shall be for a haven of ships, and his border shall be unto Zidon. Issachar is a strong ass couching down between two burdens, and he saw that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant unto tribute. Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path that biteth the horse's heels, so that the rider shall fall backward. I have waited for thy salvation, O Lord. Well, that was crappy. My internet is very small. What the fuck is this? Hey, Doritos commercials here.
Yeah, we've been out here all day. I haven't even had a nibble.
That's a faggot eye view of religion. I'm proud of myself. That's brilliant. I'm not normally that. Diana says shit all the time. I was recently retarded. Why don't I get rid of this? Diana would be proud. Okay. That's better. So, as a matter of fact, Diana does not want to be humiliated. 4:6. When I am glorified, Diana is glorified. When I don't give a fuck, that's not good. Serve the Lord with fear and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry and ye perish from the way, when his wrath is kindled but a little. Blessed are all they that put their trust in him. Lord, how are they increased that trouble me? Many are they that rise up against me. Many there be which say of my soul, there is no help for him in God. Selah. But thou, O Lord, art a shield for me, my glory and my lifter up of my head. I cried unto the Lord with my voice, and he heard me out of his holy hill. Selah. I laid me down and slept. I awaked, for the Lord sustained me. I will not be afraid of 10,000s of people that have set themselves against me round about. Arise, O Lord, save me, O my God. For thou hast smitten all mine enemies upon the cheekbone. Thou hast broken the teeth of the ungodly. Salvation belongeth to the Lord. Thy blessing is upon thy people. Selah. if I don't want to sleep? Fuck. Oh no. Normally I don't click on pedophile shit. Shit. I have to do Moses comic. Fuck. That is not a good way to pass the time. What? Oh. That's my imaginary wife. I don't really know what's going on. So it gets better. We can, okay, let's go to, watch this. I want to demonstrate how you find. Okay, oh damn, I was there. Hold on. There, see that? Hot bits. Genuine random numbers. Formulab. I don't think it's Fermilab. It's Formilab. I don't know what that is. Anyway, this is Geiger counter random numbers. So I told you I can give you as many Nobel Prizes as you want. Okay, so I know more about physics than Hawking. He doesn't know about God. I asked God if he made the universe. He said no. I don't know if he was full of shit. So, say hi to Diane. Okay, so now we go to we're right here. Okay, hot bits. These are Geiger counter random numbers. So we're going to take the first 5 decimal digits as a line number in the Bible. Now, the secret is you have to do an offering. That doesn't sound so profound. It's pretty. In the Bible, God talked. Guess what? They did offerings. They were crazy. They did offerings all the fucking time. That was their way to pass the time. It's like, duh, you have to do offerings. You get equal value to what you offer. And God said animal sacrifices were primitive. So it's kind of like love. Like you got to figure out what he likes. So get creative and try and figure out what he likes. Cain and Abel. One guy gives him meat. Another guy gives him vegetables. He says, fuck your vegetables. You give me this? Anyway, so so these are so it's going to be 00163. Oh shit. Well, anyway, it's the copyright notice. So 06016. Oh, it's not the copyright. What am I talking about? 06016. Okay. At the begin. It's not at the beginning. Okay. It's Old Testament. Her relatives are Jewish, so they don't like the New Testament. So we're in luck. So let's see. So we didn't specify the end, but there's something I'm picturing a Jewish person being there's a certain hip to not being precise. Like, yeah, we don't specify the end. It's whatever you feel like. I don't know. In the Bible, that's kind of, sometimes there's kind of a, anyway. Moreover, the man of Moses was very great in the land of Egypt, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants and in the sight of the people. And Moses said, Thus saith the Lord, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Egypt, and all the firstborn of the land shall die. From the firstborn of Pharaoh sitteth upon the throne, even to the firstborn of the maidservants that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Egypt, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue against man or beast, that ye may know how that the Lord doth put a difference between the Egyptians and Israel. And all these thy servants shall come down unto me, and bow down themselves unto me, saying, Get thee out, and all the people that follow thee. and after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in great anger. And the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Egypt. And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you a beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Okay, so I didn't plan that. Well, anyway. Fucking Pinocchio, okay? Fucking Pinocchio. You want to see Pinocchio? I'll show you Pinocchio. So the question is not what random numbers does God control. It's more like, holy fuck. He controls everything. He's pretty much like post-AI singularity with no scarcity of computing power. Like, once you can make superhuman, then you can make a billion superhuman. And you can fiddle with individual atoms to your heart's content if that's really what you want to do. Why not have... So he said he didn't make the universe, which is actually reasonable if, Hawking would say, or an atheist says, saying that God made the universe doesn't answer the question of who made God. So an atheist just kind of says, that's stupid. Who made God? Well, I was kind of shocked. I wasn't that shocked when God said he didn't make the universe, but okay. So God's not very delighted to, it's kind of rude. It's like asking a woman her age. I wouldn't know. Anyway, it's not gonna piss him off, but so like, if you ask Hawking, if a being did not create the universe, how old is the being? Hawking says, well, he's probably not 1,000 years old. So, has a being been through the AI singularity? Well, that's probably true. Has the being been through an AI singularity 1 billion years ago? Well, that's probably true. Anyway, is there any reason to fear artificial intelligence? If God is here, are we going to destroy ourselves in 1,000 years? Probably not. Saying we're going to destroy ourselves in 1,000 years. Diana said he was being gabby, or somebody said that. Anyway, so you like hot bits? You want to do other ones? We can do all of them. How many? So if I'm talking to a physicist and he says God controls quantum random numbers, and I say God controls all random numbers, and to a physicist that sounds retarded. But to a person who knows the truth, that has tested all of them, I can make fun of the physicist. So I don't like this one because it's Dublin, and it's kind of it's because it's Dublin. Did you have to make random numbers? Jesus fucking Christ. The Irish making random numbers. Fuck. And of course it's not. I avoid this one, but let's see, how do they do them? I don't know how they do them. So how many Nobel Prizes? Open your pockets. I don't know. It says how they do them somewhere. Random.org offers true random numbers to anyone on the internet. Atmospheric noise. Okay. Why did you do that? That's pretty weird. Okay. 810. There's 100,000 lines in the Bible. Oh, you want the Jewish Bible? Let's do this. How about that? 5639. Okay. 5639. I don't know how many there's in the Jewish Bible. Control G, 5639. You see, God controls what I was going to think. So, you know, you don't have to like measure and get it uniform. It's fucking... I like making a mockery of scientific training. Sometimes you alias with your random numbers, and it drives a scientist crazy because I'll tell you what I mean in a second here. So we 5639. 5639. Okay. So Leibniz, the philosopher, talked about modality, which is he believed that there were atoms that were pre-programmed at the start of creation to follow a pattern, and that in our brains was a special particle that was our soul, and they danced but they didn't interact, and it was all pre-programmed from the start of creation. Well, God said he didn't create the universe, so we can just cancel that. But we can get time travel. Okay. Upon their rivers and upon their ponds and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone. And Moses and Aaron did so, and the Lord commanded, and he lifted up the rod, and smote the waters that were in the river, and in sight of Pharaoh, and on the sight of the servants, and all the waters that were in the river turned to blood. And the fish that was in the river died, and the river stank, and the Egyptians could not drink the water of the river, and there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. And the magicians of Egypt did so with their enchantments, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened, neither did he hearken unto them, as the Lord had said. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house, neither did he set his heart to this also. And all the Egyptians digged round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink the water of the river. And 7 days were fulfilled after that the Lord had smitten the river. And the Lord spake unto Moses, Go unto Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Okay. Okay. We're, if you get a tie, then you just push it down the road. Once you prove God exists, he still exists. In other words, if I do a 7 sigma proof of God yesterday, then today he still exists. No matter what happens, if I do a 7 sigma look, you proved the Higgs to, let's say, 6 sigma. You did it in 2015. Okay? Do we have to reprove Higgs every 5 seconds? No. Be a scientist, not a. Okay, so like, you gotta like act like a scientist, you know? Like if the SETI got a signal once every 5 years, would we still pay attention? Hell yeah, we would. If the SETI got a signal once every 5 years, we would definitely. Would we be interested with the 4 sigma signal and listen for every 5 years? Hell yeah, we would. If we only got a 4 sigma signal every 5 years, would we listen? Okay, so you have to do an offer. Oh, I'm being lazy. I should just fucking do the offering. Fucking get this over with. End it. Prove it once and for all. So you get equal value to what you offer. So equal love effort. You gotta learn how to please God like Cain and Abel. If he does. Okay, so I was gonna say something. Is that a spell cliche? I don't know. That's not even funny. Wait, that's stupid. Okay. That's related to. I made a famous one. One of my. I have some. I don't save my Moses comics. Okay. Okay, so what other random numbers we got? What's this? We didn't really prove that one. You want to do that one again to prove it? Collect our Nobel Prizes. So there's, okay, let's go through the list. You can randomly open a book, any book that you've read or haven't read. You can flip coins. I've done that to pick pages out of a whole library of books. You can I used to spin a CD because I was deluded, thinking Truman Show or some shit, that they could see this. Okay. The CD-ROM, whether it landed on heads or tails. And you can what else can you do? You can stop. Okay, so I have an old computer with, before USB they had PS2, and that was a 1 megahertz keyboard. USB is 1 kilohertz. So that's the I think USB 2 is 10 kilohertz. So the old computer had a more responsive keyboard, and I used it like a stopwatch, and I stopped it randomly, and that's how I generate words. That's what I do right here. Oh, look at that. Okay, so you can do that. You can use the you can use the Unix random number. Let's go ahead and you can use the Unix random number. Basically, all fucking random number. Well, the question is not what does God control. The question is what does God not control. It pretty much looks like Leibniz, where you get time travel and all kinds of crazy shit. I'm like a vampire. Vampires don't like mirrors. I hate it when I start listening to a rebroadcast and then 30 or 15 minutes into it, I discover it's not live. I get furious like a vampire with fucking mirrors. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck. I don't like rebroadcast media. Fuck you. So, I have a list. I think one of these is not proven. So, the important thing is not the technique. Although Ouija boards suck. Okay, Ouija boards are crap just because they suck. A golden 8 ball is not really satisfying. Don't ask yes or no. You should assume God might not be able to answer, and that will keep you from being stupid. Jesus said not to test God. Well, just assume maybe he can't do it. So don't go betting $10 million or some shit. Anyway, so now what are we doing? Are we doing this? So, you know, if Jacob was denied a wife for 10 years, he might be wise to play roulette with $10 million. If you got credit due, you might want to gamble, but that's kind of fucked. So if I got robbed by the CIA for 20 years, I would have pretty high confidence I could bet on black or red. So I don't gamble. I think I'm stupid. God's perfectly just. So what do we got here? So we want 4 digits, 0 to 10. Normally I do 5, but we're doing the Jewish Bible. So 1667. What is this? One 667. Remember that. Okay. What do we got? Fuck. Obviously, you wouldn't go to a website to get pseudo-random. Who would go to a website to get pseudo-random? That's just stupid. So if it's on a website, it's quantum physics randomness is revealed by simplicity. 1667. Don't forget. Let's go ahead. I don't know what it is. I should find out how long the first 5 books are, and I should add the Torah. They would probably. I have the Torah. or not the Torah, the Talmud. Oh, hold on a second. 1667. The first 5 books is, I don't think that's not enough to make me happy. We would have to add the Talmud. Where are the men which came in to thee this night? Bring them out unto us that we may know them. And Lot went out the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold, now I have 2 daughters which ye have not known, man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, Stand back. And they said again, This one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to the brink, came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both great and small, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, Hast thou here any beside the son-in-law, and thy sons and thy daughters, and whatsoever thou hast in thy city, bring them out to this place, for we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord hath sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spake unto the sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, Up, get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his son-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take thy wife and thy 2 daughters, which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. So I got nothing better to do. I guess we will create a kosher I can write software that will pick from the first 5 books plus the Talmud. Okay, we'll do that. This sounds easier than doing Moses comics. Okay, so first of all, let's see. Control-Alt-B. Is Joshua kosher? Wait a minute. Why don't we just do all the Old Testament is kosher, isn't it? It is because I say so, and I'm the fucking high priest. Okay. Fuck you. Okay, so what do we got here? Okay, so, yeah. So, So I was going to, these are line numbers of the starts of the books. Hey, you know what? These count towards our total. Someday we're gonna shorten these to save some room, but oh well. What I'm talking about is we just saved a line. Okay. Okay, so quit dawdling. Okay, Control F. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Okay. 76893 is the last line. Okay, 76893. So, how about let's go 76893. So and then we have the Talmud, which is 17635. 17635. We don't have it numbered. What if? Oh, let's do that. Fuck this. We're gonna make a combined book of the Talmud and the Old Testament, and okay. So first we got to number this. Okay. Should we? Why don't we number it? No, don't do that. Okay, so I was going to put a numbered Talmud here, but we want a combined book, and that is going to have numbers. So let's. I like to work in my home directory mostly as this. And let's go ahead. Let's go. We want the Bible as miscellaneous. 177. Fuck, forgot. Okay, Control F. Okay, so we could trim the, oh, there's copyright notices we have to be careful. Fuck, I just hit insert. Oh, fuck that. What am I doing? I want to do shift cursor up. Pitch shift page up. Okay. You can see the scroll bar I have some kind of crappy scroll bars. Jesus Christ. This should be pretty easy to kosherlize. Matter of fact, I can use the same. I don't have to make a separate routine. I can just make the file. Yay. Okay. Control insert. And I don't use control. Oh, fuck, what happened? Should be on a clipboard. I hope. I guess it was just slow because it's big. So we'll put it first. Okay. So we'll just do them end to end. Okay. Let's don't dawdle. So we're gonna number them. Okay. We'll just call this move. And let's what the fuck? Go to we have templates. Where the fucking I can't find anything since I no, okay. Okay, so we want to change this to a doll doc, do we? No, we want text. We want it uncompressed so we can put it on the website. Control. Did I change those to doll docs? I don't really like the word doll doc. Those are text. Okay, we're gonna put it in there. If we put it in there, it will have the side effect of weighing. We do a random pick from that directory. If I put it in there, it will influence the random weights. And that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing. So now read document. Okay. Resource, result. Okay. I'm just going to do it. Shut up. Kosher. If. Okay. Oh, we don't have an in and an out. Well. Okay. What if we can cursor down? You want to use the editor? Let's do that. Okay, look at this. Okay, so a change of plans. Fuck, where'd it go? Where'd it go? In. Okay. Okay, we can use the editor. We're gonna edit kosher dot text. We're going to okay, let's go. We have 94527 lines. 94527. Oh fuck. Oh shit, did I bail? We're just sending keys to the editor. Okay, that's what we're doing. Let's just see. 05D. Cursor right, we want cursor left, cursor down. Okay, so we print a 5-digit line number. Cursor down, cursor left 5 times, 6 times, cursor down. Okay, done, I'm done, and I'm on to the next one. Done, on to the next one. Oh fuck, what are you talking about? Oh, it's not. This is a, we call this a in file. It's not a program, it's a, fuck you. Missing semicolon. Not an info. Fuck you. Okay, what just happened is it printed an error message, and that actually was fatal. Here's the deal. With an in file, this is a pipe. I finally explained, this is how you explain it. This is a pipe, okay, and the output is the input to the next thing. The output is the input. So this output is the input. So it's a pipe. So the warning caused a big problem. Oh, fuck this. That's kind of funny. Okay, is it working? Fuck this. No, it doesn't. That is not normal. Why do I say that? Because the other one goes fast. This is a big document. What if we have an option. We have one more option. Let's see. Fuck. I don't know what we can do. Okay, fuck it. I think it's slow because the Bible is big. I think that's what. Let's do a test. Run toward bugs, not away from bugs. And what we are going to do, I'm not normally this disciplined. Okay. So my theory is it's because the Bible's big and oh shit, what happened? We're gonna test the renumbering. We're gonna test the renumbering on a little file and see if it's fast. And it's fast. Okay. So it's because the Bible's big. It doesn't scale. And I do some things that don't scale. Okay. What else did we encounter? When I was cutting and pasting, it hit a lag. Okay, so let's go ahead and delete that file. Okay, well. So okay, I didn't want to do it. This is the internal way. So I wrote the editor. We're using the editor. We're using the editor to load it in to memory. The editor holds the document as a circular doubly linked list of commands. Mostly, in this case, it's going to be text and carriage return. It's a document. These are all the commands. New lines off, page break, color, foreground, background, button, checkbox. Okay, so the reason I didn't feel like doing this is, okay, so there's text and carriage return, and how about if doc entry x equals 0? No, that's not going to work. The carriage return on a blank line is going to have 0. Yeah, that's what we want. There's not a text on a blank line. We could go following a carriage return. Let's do that. The first line will be broken, but that's okay. If doc e equals doc c, new line. I used to have ASCII has carriage return and new line. We want to get rid of all the dinosaur shit, and so there is no such thing as, okay, now so we want to position the cursor at this location for an insert. We can either do it fuck it. The question is, do I want to be a gorilla, or do I want to do it speed would be you can go to a line number. What if I do that? Let's just see how slow that is. How about that? Okay, let's try that. Fuck this. Okay, we're not in any hurry. We can come back to this. Okay. If this is too slow, we can go faster. For I equals 0. Nine, 4, 5, 2, 7. So this is an n squared algorithm. But I think it's fast enough. we want to use the editor go-to. All this shit can be, all the editor, these are the internal functions of the editor, and believe it or not, we can use all that, and it doesn't even have to have external declarations or anything. You know, when I say Control G and it goes to a line number, we can use that exact you don't even have to make any headers or anything. It's just automatically available. Doc, you want to go forward? Oh, go to function. Son of a bitch. Okay. Well, I said naming is the most important thing in programming. Well, one of them has Ed. Well, that's pretty easy. I was a winner. One paste. Go to line number. Dot print. Done. I'm done. I want the next one. How long is this going to take? Let's not do the whole thing. Why? Let's first test this. Function should not return a value. Okay, valid read. Okay. Damn it. Are you kidding me? You fucker. Okay. We're not in any hurry. It does. Oh, you know what? We're. This makes me giggle. Oh, fuck. Well, that's faster. Fuck yourself. Oh, the recalc is necessary. Fucking shit. Okay. Okay. We're okay. We had nothing better to do today than learn. Sometimes you should sit down and just do stuff, because that's how you get ideas when you're stuck. So nothing happens if you do nothing. So Okay, so if okay, this is kind of a gorilla. This is faster than I usually program. Done, I'm done, I'm on to the next one. Done, on to the next one. Is it done? What are you talking about? I have my doubts. Oh no. If I just ran it twice. Okay, it didn't save it. That's good. So, I don't think it found it. It's in the home directory. We do a test run. Oh, fuck it. Okay, let's copy kosher 2. Kosher. Holy shit, what happened? Oh, what? Oh, wait, what the fuck? Oh, that was. Oh, shit. I fucked it up. I hate when that happens. Okay. You gotta not be lazy. Just fucking do this shit. Okay, so you know. The Bible's bigger than okay. Copy home. Kosher. Okay, now we go to miscellaneous. Oh, I hate this. Is there an easier way? How can we do this? Fuck. Okay. Can we hit Control Up? Yeah, that should work. That'll work. Okay. My editor is awesome. Okay, now we hit Shift, Control Up. Pow! Why did it not take a long time? What the fuck? The last time I had a crazy delay exiting. That is a problem. I had just scrolled up. I have a saying, run toward bugs, not away from bugs. So, you know what we're going to do? Okay, we don't have the Control B. I don't always run toward bugs. But this is my job. This is what I'm supposed to find bugs. Okay, we do things that don't scale because, okay, I hit Control Insert. It's not fucked up. When I hit Escape, okay. Okay, whatever. We did our job. Now, we could try and set up the exact situation, but I don't know. Okay, so Control B. We have 94527. Okay, well, let's go ahead and copy this to number 2. We're not. It's not. We know that it doesn't scale. Our goal is to play video games, and this is not our problem. Okay. Holy shit! Look at that. Damn. That was fast. Okay, I did it using guerrilla techniques. Okay. Oh no, it's wrong. Okay. Okay, so started on the second line, and it started with 0. So the second line should just put a 2. Fuck it. Okay. Okay. And we go, we're done. Okay. 94525. 94525. This presents a problem. Let's find 6,000 lines of kosher text. We need 6,000 lines of kosher text. That's the Torah. Okay, 6,000 lines. Okay. Uh-oh. We have to number it. Okay. 94526. Okay, Control G. Okay. Fuck you. 94526. I don't care. 5474. Okay, Control G 5474. What are you talking about? Control G 5474. What? Okay, hold on. What's going on? What the fuck is this? Why do we have... Did I do an insert? Quit. That's kosher 2, kosher 1. Damn it, what the fuck is... Oh, I thought it was a duplicate of the header. I thought the header had a duplicate. I saw this, and I saw this, and I thought we had a duplicate, but we don't. Okay. So copy to kosher. Okay, and do you remember what our number was? No. 94526. 5473. Control G. 5473. Escape. Did we corrupt something? No, this is the... What the fuck? Oh! I hosed it. That's funny. I thought I fixed it. We're going to do a merge with the backup. Okay, abort file. What is this? What's that? Oh, I know what that is. Okay. Abort file. Oh shit, I didn't host it. We're checking if... Do you remember when I changed the oh no, we can't have that. When I changed the editor, I thought I corrupted the go-to. Right now, it is merged. It's doing a diff on the Bible, and my code doesn't scale, and the diff is taking a long time. Apparently, I changed the date on our Bible. We don't want that for damn sure. So this was good because I discovered I changed the date. I think we just have to wait. I'm pretty sure it's just the Bible didn't scale. Why don't I just nuke the Bible? Fuck this. Let's go ahead and let's go to drive D, go to miscellaneous. I'm well aware my code doesn't scale. Copy C. Let's go home and merge check. Abort. Okay. Yeah, the Bible was being diffed. Okay, so now we go home. And what the fuck is wrong with go to? Oh, damn it, I didn't remember the number. Okay, go to 100. How about 10,000? That is the weirdest fucking thing. What's going on? Is there a cursor in here? What is... Am I crazy? What the fuck? Control Alt B. Control T. Control G. 10,000. What? Am I on drugs or something? What is going on? The go to doesn't work. Control G. Go to line. I must have nuked it. Control G, 6. Go to line 6. It worked. Okay. Plain text. Maybe it's plain text. What the fuck? Control G, 100. It didn't go to 100. What's going on? Control G, 60. There is no 60. Control G, 30. What the fuck? Is it because we're not at the beginning of the line? Control G. 20. No. Earlier today, is it my imagination or did we go to line numbers in the Bible like all day long? Control G, 10,000. Broken. It must be that I changed the go-to, because I did change the go-to, but I changed it. The merge did not show it as different. So F1, fuck, why didn't the merge show it? If I don't have confidence in my merge, that's bad. Okay, go. Fuck. Is caps lock on? Okay. Our business is finding bugs. This is really strange. You fucking fuck. Sometimes God puts you in hell, but usually there's a reason. Like when you hit one bug and then another bug, and the bugs fuck each other, and you have reason to doubt because you changed something. So it is a very cruel world to discover a bug in GoTo on the same day that you fucked with GoTo. Fuck you, God. Peter Gadwa put the game Mastermind on the Ticketmaster system. That's where you guess how many, you try to guess the colors that are hidden, and your opponent puts a marker for correct color, correct place, and just correct color. And Peter Gadwa was very proud of himself because you can assume he thought that was what debugging was. Well, I got news for you. It's on a time clock, and the more guesses you can make, guesses are not a penalty. Time is a penalty. But that's not helping us at the moment. Normally I make fun of him by doing a bunch of guesses really fast. But now that's not going to help me. We can make a list of all the bugs we saw today. That's our job. So people pay money for bugs. Okay, so what's going on? Are we in, first of all, there's a plain text mode, and then there's a document mode. Let's convert this. I have a feeling that might help. Let's convert this to dd.z. But the Bible's plain text. Okay. Now, Control G, 10,000. It didn't work on. Oh, it's fucked. Jesus fucking Christ. Let's boot the B drive, the D drive. Let's go to the blog directory. Let's edit the Bible. Control G, 10,000. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's the craziest thing in the world. Control G, 3,000. Go to line. Oh, I did find 10. What the maybe I'm spacing out. Control G. Go to line. 1, about 5. Escape. Is it a cursor in the... Did I edit both the C and the D drive? Okay, this is fucked. I host my system today. It would be very unlucky. You would have to call that God fucking with me. Jesus fucking Christ, God, you're a mean fucker. You know that? Okay. So new virtual. What are the odds of... So I fucked with the go-to. My go-to's not working. So the average cow starts thinking there's a virus. The CIA has a virus. No. Do you know how many times do you know how many lost work years the CIA has caused with paranoia? Okay, this is my backup. There's a reason I like backing up on CD-ROM. That's because, hey, holy shit, Diana's talking. No, I mean, like, maybe she's real. Okay, so. Some days you wake up in hell, and I've been there so often. I'm used to it. Another name. Okay. Control G successfully goes to line 100. What the fuck? What the serious fuck is going on? Okay. If I changed some code, why did it not show up on my merge? What the fuck? Okay, we can run towards bugs or we can run away from bugs. What I want to do is copy my backup into place. There's the quick way to get this over with, and then there's the way we're supposed to do it, which is to find run towards bugs, not away from bugs. Okay, fuck. I'm not always so maybe it went away when we rebooted. So try and make it happen again. No! I don't want it to happen again. Okay. So in all seriousness, perhaps we got a corrupted go-to stuck. I did corrupt the go-to. It is unlikely that was coincidence. The reason the go-to was fucked is because I corrupted the go-to. Did I just not reboot? Of course I rebooted. Didn't I fucking reboot? Is it possible I did not reboot? There's the quick reboot. I could swear I did make. I think I just did make and I didn't boot. Okay. God damn, I was tripping out. Normally I reboot so often that it goes without saying that I rebooted. Maybe I just didn't reboot and I had the corrupted go-to. Is that possible? But I always reboot. I reboot every 5 fucking seconds. How did I go that long without rebooting? That's the weirdest thing. What I started thinking was that somehow my reboot was not taking effect. Every once in a while, for example, on a bad day, your disk writes don't work. And then you get shit in disk cache and crazy shit like that. That's like when you're working on the disk code. You pussies. Okay, so well, there you go. So now you want to take 94526. Sometimes you can take it as a maybe God doesn't want me to do that. I can share some insight. When that happens, it's not a sign that God does not want you to do it. That is never how you should take it. You should always push ahead. When all hell is fighting against you, push ahead, because that is not God trying to stop you. God does not do it that way. 5474. Control G. 5474. Okay, now we wanted to test this. Control Shift up. Now we hit Control Insert. We go to the bottom. Oh, we're gonna have the copyright. We don't really want the copyright, do we? Shit. Let's cheat. Okay. 5474 plus it's actually not as big a percent as you would think. 5,000 lines is actually quite a bit. Okay, so control, what do we got? 292. Okay. $5766. Control G. 5766. Shift Control up, and we can unselect these. And you know, sometimes you do things and they have a life that lasts many centuries. Okay. Remember that day you offhandedly Okay, we want to nuke a couple lines. And now we have okay, now we have 100,000 lines. Bueno. Okay, let's go ahead and copy that to number 2. Okay, let her rip. Done, I'm done, and I'm on to the next one. Pow! Okay. And come in here. Get rid of 100,000. Okay. Awesome. Are we happy? I was a little bit. I could have picked some better lines to nuke, but I didn't. Okay. Okay, now we go Control D, and oh, we got this DD kosher. Delete, and we put this into. We're gonna put it in here. No, does it belong in here? This is where my number Bible is. Okay, so it will not be included in the total. Oh, I was kind of getting my hopes up for okay. Kosher takes. And now we go into here. We do not need a separate routine. We add TOS Bible lines. Where are you working? Fuck. Number of lines. I thought this was different. Taking the first 5 decimal digits. Okay, at this point, do we make a separate routine or do we put it in here? Okay. I don't care. User star book by 64 lines. Okay, book lines. Do we want a default? No, we don't want a default. Okay, so let's act like you're on the time clock. TOS Bible lines, okay. Find TOS Bible lines. Oh no, are you kidding me? That one uses Bible lines, fuck. That's the weirdest thing. Line numbers, Bible lines. Okay, Bible file name. Okay, at this point we standardize and we call it book file name. We want to standardize. Okay, so Bible file name becomes book file name. Bible lines. Do we want to say book lines? Yeah, we should say book lines. Bible file name, Bible lines. Okay, we escape out of here and we say rename Bible lines. We're not going kosher. Oh fuck. Then you're gonna have the Korah shit and all that stuff. Fuck that. Okay. Rename Bible. Consistency is next to godliness. Book file name. Okay, and now in here, book file name. Fuck. Okay, we have to look for TOS Bible lines. Rename TOS Bible TOS Bible lines. The most important thing is naming. Okay, holy fuck. Okay. Oh no, we have to change all those fuckers. Do we want a default? No. Okay. Now let's go to TOS book lines, book file name. Okay. Book lines, book file name, book lines. Okay. So just do it. To make an omelet, you have to break some eggs. Do we want, what if we determine the number of lines automatically? No, don't do that. Okay. Delete. Book file name. TOS book lines. Okay, shit. So let's just set this up. Comma. Are you kidding me? Is this a define? Yes, it is a define. What? Define print. Okay. I define that. It's a string. It's a string. Holy fuck. That's just, no, it's a define. ST Bible lines. I64I equals ST Bible. Okay. So we didn't have to have 100,000, but some of our techniques take 5 digits. So anyway, so ST Bible lines. So we want to do comma ST Bible lines. Book lines. Control F. ST Bible lines, replace with book lines, replace, skip. Okay, so we have 2 places we used it. Any chance this will fit? No, it does not fit. Okay. So, oh shit. Verse, Bible line, verse. Okay, we print the King James. Is that a... This is a link to the King James. Okay, so we have now gotten fucked. Okay, so okay, just escape TOS book lines. Fine. TOS. And the account example is, ignore that. Okay, we go shift insert, and it's ugly. We're going to reformat this whole thing. escape, work from the bottom, shift insert, comma, escape, work from the bottom. Oh no, okay, shift insert, comma. Is it the same routine? Yes. Is this the same routine? No. Is this, let's go ahead, Control Shift L, re-indent, escape. Shift insert, comma, Control Shift L, re-indent, escape. Shift insert, comma, Control Shift L. Okay. Escape. What? We got more? Gee. Comma. Okay. So adding kosher is going to, well, anyway. Okay, now, just do it. Fucking web file name. Web link web. So this is actually a link. Okay. How are we doing? Does this handle, we didn't pass the, this doesn't need it, number of lines, document and book file. Doesn't have the number in the, okay. Why did we have the book? Oh, that was because of, we have two versions of the Bible, one with line numbers and one without. And apparently I modified this routine. I'm kind of surprised I did that. It was important enough to do it. Okay, so you want to just cheat. Fuck it, let's just cheat. You know what we're gonna do? I'll tell you what we're gonna do. If we have a string match, what is our string match? Is it match? We don't have match. No, we don't have match. The crazy thing is I rename these fuckers and I don't use them enough. I know the C A string is what you used to call it, string. But now, if it's different, you don't want the same name, because if it's different and it has the same name, that's even worse. We want it named according to our naming scheme. String match. I told you it's string match. String match. Needle haystack. Okay. Is that right? String match. Needle haystack. String match. Needle haystack. Okay. String match. What? Okay. I'm surprised it's okay. If not, no. If string match needle, comma, haystack. I got that terminology. I think I got it from Carmack. I don't remember. Somebody gave me the terminology. Needle haystack. It might sound a little bit silly, but there is no terminology that is clearer. It's a surprisingly difficult problem to describe precisely what you're talking about. And needle and haystack is the best I've found. Okay, kosher. We can see. And we don't do that. We don't do. We have some redundancy we could eliminate, but fuck that. No, we're not printing the verse. We are printing the line number. We could print the verse if it was in the Old Testament. You want to do that? That's 90% of the book. No. I don't. If this is for my Jewish in-laws, that's not going to help. Okay. Done, I'm done, and I'm on to the next one. Okay, fuck this. Does it compile? F5. No, does not compile. 86. Now we just created a problem. Oh, we did not reboot? Are you kidding me? We did not reboot? I did it again. Dear Lord. The funny thing is, if it did have a syntax error, it would have crashed. Okay, it's fine. So, does it work? Let's see if we broke anything. Alt F7, hot bits, extract from Bible. How about A12345B? Okay, we did not break it. So now go Let's just do the extract 5. Just do it. Act like you're on the time clock. I didn't work on time clocks, except okay. Bible kosher. Now that is the second one. Done. On to the next one. Okay, we have to tell the number of lines. When you want to call it number kosher? No, just call it kosher. You should call it number kosher. Fuck. Why do we even have number of lines? Okay. Now we don't we have a define somewhere? Now, no, just quit dawdling. This is for Fermilab, Hotbits, and ANU. Okay. That's finished. That's done. Let's look for the extract. Wait a minute, random. We have another one. Okay. We have 2 more. This I knew we had. We have to do the NIST. Should we test them? No, we don't need to test them. Nah. Okay. Did I enter 10,000 or 100,000? 100,000. Yeah, okay. Now, there's one more. There might be 2 more places. Okay, Control F, DHC 5. Let's do that. Decimal 5. Here it is. Okay. So kosher. Is that what we said before? Okay. This is for the header. Kosher. F3. Decimal 5. Miscellaneous 2. So this does not have a the last thing we have to do. Kosher. Okay, done. I'm done. I think we're done. Quit. Let's do it. Okay, now let me escape out of here. Okay. this could be epic for 1,000 years. So we go do a miracle. What if it doesn't work? It'll work. Let's do hot bits. Hot bits. All we have to do is grab some of these, and it will get the first 5 decimal digits. You can double check. Okay, now we go, we have it uploaded, so you can, okay, so now we go Alt Shift, what are we doing? Alt F7, hot bits, extract decimal 5 kosher, paste, 63235, 63235, okay. Looks good to me. Okay, now we hit escape. We have to upload the file. In the header of my blog, I usually have a link that explains what the hell I'm doing. That's for the book library. We might want to explain this. I tried to make it, I tried to explain it. I tried to make the procedure simple enough. It's really fucked up trying to explain remainder modulo to a try to explain remainder plus 1. Fuck that. What about 0? If we get 0, we don't have a line 0. For behold, ye walk every one after the imagination of his evil heart, that they may not hearken unto me. Therefore will I cast you out of this land into a land that ye know not, neither ye nor your fathers, and there shall ye serve other gods day and night, where I will not shew you favor. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that it shall no more be said, the Lord liveth, that broughteth up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt, but the Lord liveth, that broughteth up the children of Israel out of the land of the north, and from all the lands whither they had driven them, and I will bring them again into their land that I gave unto their fathers. Behold, I will send for many fishers, saith the Lord, and they shall fish them. And after will I send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain and from every hill, and out of the holes of the rocks. For my eyes are upon all their ways. They are not hid from my face, neither is their iniquity hid from my eyes. Okay, so what happens with line 0? Let's test it, see how bad it is. It kind of bothers me. It's gonna work, but it bothers me. Okay, so hot bits, kosher, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I think we got one less line than normal. That's what I would guess. Hot bits, kosher. How come we got the same thing? It says line 0, it says line 1. We did a go to at the start, and that ignored it, and then we did 20 lines. I think that's what happened. So it's okay. So as a matter of fact, 0 is correct, not just good enough. So now what we want to do is upload the code in the book so that they can download. And let's see, do we want to, I don't like to make my changelog big, so sometimes should I make a new time entry? Nah, fuck it. Okay. She's awake? You think she's awake? So, okay. Whoa. What the truck? So it changed to Diana Cowan here. Okay, that is definitely 1 a.m. There are hundreds of these. We're not saving all these. Thousands. We're going to save this one, I guess. What do you think? Yes. I'm going to save it. Okay. So, I need to record this, or remember this number. What is it? 200 seconds. I thought it was about 4 minutes. This is not a make all. It's a lot more than that. So there's a Dropbox. Oh, we're gonna put that into the Dropbox. Oh, you want to put her back on the, oh damn, let's do that. Okay. Start over. Okay. It was 270. So now, you know what we have to do? We have to go to here, 270. No, we do. You know, if you had waited any longer, I probably would have deleted you. Because deleted you again. You came really close to getting deleted. Okay, escape. Now we go to here. She needs a header. Daily blog header. I should probably get rid of this. The CIA won't fuck with me anymore. What do you think? Okay. In-laws and shit. We can get rid of that. Nasty shit. Okay. I'm gonna blow that. I'm gonna take a 44 and personally execute every person in the CIA. They pulled that shit on me. Fucking extortion bullshit. Fuck them. Fucking blow their fucking brains out. If you knew all the shit they did to me, you'd say blow their fucking brains out, man. They're scumbags. Deacon. That doesn't look centered. Is it my... What the fuck? Is that centered? Why doesn't it look centered? What column are we in? Column 30 out of 78. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, 30 is 40. Okay, that's centered. Okay. Escape. What is this? Okay. Okay. So, what is this physical? Oh shit. Oh, backspace. Okay. She probably doesn't want this, but don't worry, we don't get any email. What if we're famous? Okay. Physics girl, Diana and physics girl. We better call her a priestess and not a deacon. What am I doing there? Fuck. Fuck. Space now. Okay, email. Hey, should we give her an email? We should give her an email. How hard can it be? Yeah, you know what? You know what a boss does on the first day? He makes the employee delighted by making them welcome and delighting them with loving reception. Okay, so this ought to be interesting. Did I ever do this once in the past? I think I might have. A couple times I created fake ones with forwards. I think there might have been somebody, probably a male for some reason. I don't remember. What the fuck is this?
The all new email control panel, you can add, edit, and and even delete a mailbox from a single screen. You can also add aliases, activate catch-all.
Okay, I hope it's self-explanatory. Okay. I don't think we're going to have any passwords visible. D. Davis, owner, TempleOS.org, alias. What the hell is that? Davis. Oh, they did that. I think they did that. They did that? What is this? Active? What is this? Transfer account. What does that mean? Manage mailbox. Is there a faster way to get into my mailbox? Search email, check email. Okay. Add email user. Because it's kind of fucked up the way it is right now. Email address name. Select email address. Damn. Display name. Oh, that was what I was going to do. I was going to, I forgot her. This is not going to help. It is .org, physicscroll.org. Okay. Okay. Well, that was easy. So I don't even know her password. What? Oh, Diana. Close. Okay. Pending. Okay. Now we get. Now we shut this down. She might have wanted Physics Girl, but oh well. I think you can do a forward. Okay. Oh shit. How did that happen? Does she want her middle initial? I say my middle initial because my dad has the same name. And so I say my middle initial all the time because it's important. I had to remind myself why I say my middle initial. Okay. Now you want to create a good impression on the new employees. This is not real good impression. Good enough. Is this correct? No, it is not correct. Since when do I do tilde? Okay. Oh, holy shit. That's kind of new that I started doing tilde. Fuck. I made home into tilde a month ago, but I haven't been using it. Fuck. Oh well. I have to ask myself, did I use home or I should have used tilde? Okay. Okay, good enough. Now, maybe she doesn't want to do this. Did you think of that? Are you kidding? In a sane world, it's fucking God talking. Are you kidding me? Okay, so okay, we are not quite ready to do this. What if I delete and then add? In the past, it had a way to send an invitation. I could just delete. To resend an invitation. Okay. I'm going to delete and then resend. Okay. I should burn a copy. Okay. Home web DLC daily blog. That's ironic. Why is that ironic? Because it's ironic. Okay. Okay. Is that gonna work? What was that? DLC DD. Isn't this just, it's the, you want to say C colon? No, let's not do C colon. Will be dangerous. Colon. Why don't you say colon? Huh? What is fucking tilde? Is that home? I can't. What if I say tilde colon? That's what we should do. Tilde colon home. I could swear it's what we're supposed to do. It's hard to explain. Okay. Is that the only one? Yes. Fuck. Am I supposed to change all my homes? How many of them do I have? Damn. Okay. Escape. Now we have a new problem, which is distro. We did not do a dot clear. Thank God we discovered our problem. Okay. Escape. You want to do it dot clear? I might as well. Bow, bow, bow. Okay. Escape. Okay. So change one. Oh no. Control D. There we go. What the fuck? Oh, motherfucker. Fucking fuck. Maybe it just doesn't exist. Did you think of that? As a matter of fact, you idiot. What the hell are you? What is your problem? Okay. So, what about home? Let's put it up. Okay, now we. Rand is kind of crappy. What are you talking about? What's it? What's this? Hey, let's go here. Okay. Shit. So, I guess we should get rid of this. Get. What's this? I should probably get rid of a lot of these. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we got to do this one more time. And it'll be right. So 270 is, don't interrupt it. That's what we learned today. I normally stay on a 48-hour schedule, and just the past couple days I managed to sleep early. So, fuck. I don't know what to do. What do I do if I'm on a 48-hour schedule? Well, she probably has stuff to do, and that's just how it works. So, we have to do one more thing. Okay, we're almost there. Okay. Now, I have a procedure when I do a full backup. I don't I trust my bank, so when I was younger, I did not trust my bank. Okay, 277-804, 77804. Check. So that's up to date. I need to shut that. Shut down. Are there any other? So I just deleted the porn. Now we save bookmarks. Okay, export. Okay, so that's done. Now I'm transferring my bookmarks into VMware. You have to wait for this to disappear. And then all operations are done on the D drive. The C drive is the master. All transfers. And we're doing a full backup. So we do this pre-backup copies the bookmark file in the Linux scripts. Then you do this. These three in a row. Make, boot, make, back. First you set this. What if she doesn't have Jewish relatives? Why did she make Jewish stuff? Okay, 270. So she should go to sleep. Can I go to sleep? I don't know. I don't want to go to sleep. I know. Let's ask God. Do I have to go to sleep? Not too shabby. In other words, unemployment. Woohoo, game over. Gross. Sing in great. Oops. Scum. Holier than thou. Suit. Sports. Food. Silly human. These cans are defective. Whoop, there it is. In theory. Catastrophic success. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Smack some sense into you. You know, wise guy. Fake. You know, daunting dad. Do you like it? I. Recipe. Guppy. Commanded. Test pilot. Go drink some caffeine. So, not too shabby. In other words, unemployment. Woohoo, game over. Gross. Sing ingrate. Oops, scum. Holier than thou. Suit. Sports. Food. Silly human. These cans are defective. You have to learn. Well, this is my most personal language with God. Oh, it's not going to work. I don't think it's here. There it is. These cans are defective. Oh, it might be copyrighted. Fuck. Okay. Anyway, so there's I guess you call these memes or something, but happy joy. Oh, that's okay. My brother Danny told me about that a long time ago. Handshot first. Yeah. They look for the Holy Grail. They come to the French castle. They say, "Do you want to join us to seek the Grail?" And they said, "We've already got one." So they're fighting the rabbit. And they kill the rabbit. Anyway. So you should make a your own personal language with God. Something like that. You want a real relationship with shared memory and inside jokes and that kind of thing with God. At that point, he will be real and not a lot of people treat him like a thing. It's really hard. It's kind of hard to use. Okay. Catholics teach that God is omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, and what happens is you think, oh, God is so fantastic, I could never imagine him. And then 5 minutes later, you're praying Hail Marys. It's like, hold on a second. You just thought he's so magnificent and fantastic, you could never imagine him. And then 5 minutes later, you're praying Hail Marys. What the fuck? You think that he, when I was younger, I was like confessing sins and being really stressed over sins and stuff. Basically, you get punished, and there's not much that can change that. Pleasures and pains might balance to some extent. I don't think they balance exactly, and maybe there's exchanges and stuff, but you can tell that the system was more or less set up to make some pleasures and pains balance. And so if that's the case, there's this strange thing in the Bible where they say we are not under the law. St. Paul talks about that, and I think it really confuses a lot of people. But basically, it's almost as though God has nothing to do with sins and stuff. That's handled automatically. The stuff gets punished, and you can just forget about it. And anyway. It's okay, well. That's wonderful, but you get punished. Yeah, what you don't want is to be hated by God. God loves some people and hates some people. God loved Jacob and hated Esau. So the important sin basically gets punished. The important thing is, are you friends with God? What it means is you can sin all you like. Pleasures and pains balance. Go do whatever the fuck you want. So Luke 7:34. So, anyway, if one of the things I notice is a person who holds themselves to high standards often is mean. Well, when I did a lot of meditating, okay, over the years. And one of the things they talk about is principle of the mean, which says moderation in all things. And when I was converted from atheism, I had absolute willpower. I like to compare myself to when Newton was just psycho about sins. Newton, when I was converted from atheism, some people shock me. This was me when I was converted, when I became an atheist and then came back from atheism. Newton is confessing his sins, using the word God openly, eating an apple at thy house, making a feather oil on thy day, denying I made it, making a mousetrap on thy day, Okay, so he's like obsessed, and he is terrifyingly pious. If this doesn't terrify you, I don't know what. He is a terror. So that was me after converted from atheism. And I went around and told I told my mom not to watch soap operas, and she said, "This is not love. This is judgmental." And so at that point, I kind of made the connection between people who hold themselves to high standards kind of naturally judge others and expect high standards. So the first rule of do unto others as you would have done unto you is don't be a hypocrite. And John the Baptist came neither eating bread or drinking wine, and he said, and you say he has a demon. Okay, so John the Baptist was very judgmental. Jesus was relaxed. That's not entirely true. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and you say, here is a glutton and a drunkard, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. But wisdom is proved by all her children. So, if pleasures and pains balance, who gives a fuck? Anyway, the important thing, you gotta step aside from sin and stuff like that, and work on getting to know God and talk with Him and make Him happy. And so the good things in I asked God if the world was perfectly just. He asked if I was calling Him lazy. And to a foolish person, well, it can't be perfectly just. What if you take the artificial intelligence AI singularity, and you have the ability to make superhuman artificial intelligence? By superhuman, I mean superhuman. Like, once you can make superhuman artificial intelligence, you can call them angels. You can make I don't know if this is exactly how it works, but you could make a guardian angel that caused pleasure and pain to balance, that caused joy and sorrow to balance, and it basically once you have this understanding, all of history will make sense. So I just uploaded, didn't I? When you see crazy monks trying to be poor and not trying to enjoy themselves, when you hear about Greek Stoics who did not want to enjoy pleasure or pain, I always thought, what the fuck? What is this silliness of why would you not want to enjoy pleasure because it distracts you or something, or makes you motivated or something? No, it balances with pain. I thought that was the stupidest thing. I was like, what? So I'm rolling the, I kind of, once you operate on autopilot and you always do the same procedure, it's better. Okay. I can do this in my sleep. So, okay, a professional company only does a release every once in a while, and they keep a record so that if a customer has a problem, you can go to the version and help them out. But that's not, maybe we do that starting today. Damn it, what if she went to sleep? She probably did go to sleep. I hate when that happens. Oh well. No, she's supposed to go to sleep because she's not a psycho. Okay, so okay, now this will update the Dropbox, and then we're gonna send an invitation. Let's see if she's on our website. Damn it. What? Oh, I didn't do index. Okay. This requires a special update because it's in, anyway. I should go to sleep, but I'm not tired. I don't want to go to sleep. You're not being very nice. But she wants time apart tomorrow, and oh, she probably uses that. Okay, so Adam and Eve. So if you do a task rep, Adam is the father of all tasks. He's the first task created, and he's special. At first, when I first made this operating system, I called that the root task. That makes sense, doesn't it? It's the root task. And I made a home directory for the root task, and it was called the root directory. So I had a root directory, and then I started talking about it, and I said, yeah, everything in the root directory gets compiled. So pretty quickly I realized, you know what? Sometimes you need to invent a new name. There comes a point where now it's kind of a it's kind of a profound point of maturity when you sit down and make something called the Red Sea file system. Up until a certain point, everything I did was when I gave a name, it was simply interpolation instead of extrapolation. Everything was derivative. Yeah, this is what they called it at Ticketmaster. This is what Windows calls it. It's this kind of thing. And I wasn't very good at it, and I just kind of acted like a zombie sleepwalking. What is the first task that's the father of all tasks? It's the root, of course. Okay, you can see how that's kind of sleepwalking. But now you want to reach a maturity point where you extrapolate, you expand the space of words, the space of labels, you expand the basis vectors, you expand the space, and I made the Red Sea file system. What I discovered is this solved so many problems. I used to call it the native file system, and then a couple times I changed the name on my operating system, and I had to go back and change it, and I called it the lose those file system. I called it the lose those file system. And then I changed the name of my operating system. And then I got fucked. So there comes a point where you discover the power of extrapolating, and it's kind of like you've graduated to manager instead of employee. I think that's pretty much the description. When you're a manager, you start doing that sort of thing. So when you're an employee, you interpolate. When you reach management, you start extrapolating. I think that's kind of how I'd explain that. So, so everything is derivative when you're younger, and then you start reaching the point where you make stuff that is not derivative. At least let's just talk about the names of your. Naming is the most important thing. Your names are derivative. There also comes a point when you write your first song and you say, holy shit, my whole life I never thought I would write a song. Why? It just didn't seem. I don't write songs, I just listen to songs. That's how it was. And it's easier than you think. You probably don't realize that it's not very hard to write a song. The question is it a good song? Well, maybe not a good song. It's not an excellent song, but it's not hard to write a good song, a melody. It's really not hard. Back up. We did back up. We did. Okay, we have to do the. So we have to do an invite. So we don't have to follow Physics Girl on Twitter anymore. Whoa. We don't have to follow Physics Girl on Twitter. Okay, copy. So A is the first backup of the day. I'm gonna put 4 of these. So if you're a professional company, you definitely want to save every version that you put on your website so that customer support, you can be on the same page. If you're a professional company, you want to keep a minimum number of versions. Anyway, that's no fun. So here's the plan. We go in here, we delete Hold on a second. She did not answer. Am I correct? Not added. Okay. Remove. Diana at physicscroll.org. Remove. Okay. What? Okay. Share. Okay. Share. Can't edit. Okay. You're supposed to invite her. I hope it doesn't. Oh, optional message. Should I give it a message? Security shared TOS with Diana at physicscroll.org. Okay. Let's do something. Beep. This is actually fun. Okay, anyway. So let's get God. Let's do some miracles. Okay, so do some time travel. Do some time travel. Okay, you gotta pay for it. Okay, pay for it. Okay, that's dumb. So don't go full retard. That's the #1 rule. Shit. Fuck. Just do some time travel. Make it look good. Okay, so we'll go to Hot Bits and get some time travel. So we have 30 books. We're picking randomly from 30 books. The point here is we want time travel. You think I'm joking? The wide horizon is the rainbow. How is it that from beauty I have derived a type of unloveliness, from the covenant of peace a simile of sorrow? But as in ethics evil is a consequence of good, so in fact out of joy is sorrow born. Either the memory of past bliss is the anguish of today, or the agonies which are have their origin in the ecstasies which might have been. My baptismal name is Egaius, that of my family I will not mention, yet there are no towers in the land more time honored than. You think that's EGA? That doesn't really help much. So I told you no one has great. So it's really everybody kind of uses kid gloves. I figured this shit out. I was like, but everybody figured it out. They just don't say it. Blessed are ye that weep now, for ye shall laugh. Woe unto you who laugh now, for ye shall mourn and weep. Out of joy is sorrow born. The agonies which are have their origin in the ecstasies which might have been. So that this almost sounded like a cell phone tower, but we didn't. You think I should get rid of my shitty Moses comic? We're not even operating on. We have quality control of shit. I was going to give Diana the keys to the website. No, you are not posting nigger gibberish. Oh, fuck. I hate when that happens. Don't do that with my operating system. I just updated from TempleOS to you know what I should do? Let's just start over. Fuck it. Delete. Whoa. Okay. Delete that too. Okay. It's not a good idea to have inconsistent files. Don't even tempt fate. So I treat these like the CIA has banned CD DVDs. Ubuntu doesn't support them. And so I bought 40 memory sticks, and I plan to treat them like CD DVDs. I don't want to overwrite my backups. What I like having is CDs, and because you don't want to put your eggs in one basket, for one thing, and I guess some silly people put multiple backups on their hard drive. That's just silly. Because if a hard disk crashes, the whole thing's gone. And if I had a CD-ROM, I would not do incremental backups. I am doing multiple backups on a single memory stick. I'm putting 4 on each one. That's reasonable. Oh well. Did I do an out before I did this? Of course I did. Didn't I? Damn it, I have the memory of a goldfish. She went to sleep, didn't she? Goldfish. So the one program that, oh well. Oh well. So what Diana's supposed to do is to say, what is this shit? Didn't I tell you not to go full retard? What the fuck? They're laughing at me. You humiliated me. Get this shit off of here. I'm sorry. God likes it. Okay. Okay, I'm in trouble because it's an old joke and God doesn't like it, but everybody else likes it. God's not even going to answer. What were we doing? Time travel? I guess so. That's a funny joke. What were we doing? Time travel? I guess so. Principles would delight you, Jane Austen. As far as the man is concerned, you could not wish your friend in better hands. His rank in society I would alter if I could, which is saying a great deal, I assure you, Emma. You laugh at me about William Larkins, but I could quite as ill spare Robert Martin. He wanted her to look up and smile, and having now brought herself not to smile too broadly, she did, cheerfully answering, you need not be at any pains to reconcile me to the match. I think Harriet is doing extremely. Okay. Okay, this is not bothering me. I'm going to go ahead and... I didn't remember if I did out. We got nothing better to do. So I don't really like I don't like, what the fuck? I don't like memory, I don't like disks that wear out. I decided I am not going to support them. It's basically an order of magnitude more complicated. Maybe not. Yeah, yeah, well, so here's what's going to happen in the future. Someday they'll make one that doesn't wear out. And okay. Okay. This is Big Mary. Are they going to give me a copyright problem? don't. Okay, so let's do a really good miracle. How about that? You know, they don't really vary that much. God said you get equal value. Equal value to what you offer. So if God did not create the universe, maybe he doesn't understand. So we'll do a kosher pick. How about that? We'll do a kosher pick. A nuclear kosher pick. So the number is 49795. For transparency, well, we've uploaded it to our site at this point. No, we do. Oh, I have a feeling nobody cares. It is full of mixture, and he poureth out of the same. But the dregs thereof, all the wicked of the earth shall wring them out and drink them. But I will declare forever, I will sing praises to the God of Jacob. All the horns of the wicked also will I cut off, but the horns of the righteous shall be exalted. In Judah is God known, his name is great in Israel. In Salem also is his tabernacle, and his dwelling place in Zion. There brake he the arrows of the bow, the shield and the sword, and the battle, Salah. Thou art more glorious and excellent than the mountains of prey. Okay, so that sucked. Arrows and vector fields are related, but If they say quiver, that's actually what they call it, I think, in MATLAB. Do they call it quiver? I could swear they call it quiver. Anyway. Pew, pew, pew. Broken arrows? What? Okay, finally, I have redeemed myself. Finally, I have redeemed myself. Okay. Do we want a kosher pick? We want a kosher pick. Yeah, we're doing kosher. We're doing kosher. Finally, I have redeemed myself. So, finally, I don't have to be ashamed. Hear us, Almighty King, create no more. What? The glorious harmony of the heavens which thou hast sent to earth will be by man disturbed, destroyed. The silence fell upon the contesting hosts as the angel of mercy appeared before the throne of grace on bended knees. Sweet was the voice which said entreatingly, O Father, create thou man, make him thine own noble image. With heavenly pity will I fill his heart, with sympathy toward every living thing impress his being. Through him will they find cause to praise thee. Then the angel of mercy ceased, and the angel of peace with tearful eyes spoke thus, O God, create him not. Thy peace he will disturb. The flow of blood will follow sure in his coming. Confusion, horror, war will blot them. What the fuck is this? Talmud? Line 92710. Yeah. What was it? How many in the Bible? Damn it. What it was it? 76,000? $78,000, and then Talmud, and then, well, I know it's not the Bible. It better be the Talmud. Holy shit, I have a procedure. I don't know if that's correct anymore. Is this correct anymore? Oh, fuck. Hey, is it done? Okay, that is not done. Yeah, it is done. Are you sure? No, it's not done. It's blinking. Oh, let's see. Red. It's solid red. What does solid red mean? It's not done. Oh, that's not done. Okay. Mischief. Through wisdom is a house builded, and by understanding is it established, and by knowledge shall the chambers be filled with all precious and pleasant riches. A wise man is strong, yea, a man of knowledge increases strength. For by wise counsel thou shalt make thy war, and in multitude of counselors there is safety. Wisdom is too high for a fool. He opened not his mouth in the gate. He that deviseth to do evil shall be called a mischievous person. The thought of foolishness is sin, and the scorner is an abomination to men. That was kind of... Why did you do that? I'm sorry. So this is not done. Come on, what is your malfunction? Are you dead? Fucking. The CD-ROM is, or the, it's still going. I said, drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. And I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her, and I said, whose daughter art thou? And she said, the daughter of Bethuel, Naor's son, whom Milcah bare unto him. And I put the earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head and worshipped the Lord, and blessed the Lord God of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son. And now if ye will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, the thing proceedeth from the Lord, we cannot speak unto thee bad or good. Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go. Let her be thy master's son's wife, as the Lord hath spoken. Is it so terrible to spell it right? Okay, fuck. What is your malfunction? Did it finish? No, it did not finish. What the fuck? Is it working? The one it wasn't a Hamiltonian matrix, was it? Was it an operation on matrices? I don't remember. Control theory. Yeah, I don't think all it is the conjugate transposed. That's all it is. It's a pretty simple concept. You take the conjugate and put it on the other side. I think that's what it is. I didn't even remember imaginaries being part of it. guess he worked with imaginaries. How did he end up here? Is the Hamiltonian just the conjugate transpose? I don't know. Fuck, what is the problem here? What is your malfunction? Oh, do I have to click this? No. Click this. Yeah, okay. So, $11.19. Okay, awesome. And now, so hold on a second here. Hold on. So, for the past year, I've been posting NIST certified random numbers. It's like, there's no question. It's ridiculously obvious. Any scientist should immediately say, no shit, it's obvious. NIST is a government agency. Their job...
Most people think of NIST as a federal laboratory that only works to improve measurements, but its true central mission is to enable innovation. What?
So they provide a random number service that's just like a state lottery. Let's say two people, let's say you want to do a drug trial with placebos and you want to have it certified that it was random. What you do is you say, we'll check the NIST number at 718, and that if you document that you called it ahead of time, then it's rock solid proven, because these are legally certified with tamper-proof chains. There are three things. First, the beacons cannot be predicted before they are published. Second, the public time-bound authenticated nature allows you to prove to anyone that truly random numbers not known before a certain point in time. Third, this proof can be presented offline and at any point in the future. For example, the proof could be mailed to a trusted third party. So let's just think, let's pretend you're not in. What possibly would a government random number service do? Gee, I don't know. Perhaps they could offer certified random numbers? No, it must not be something as useful as that. It's probably some crap numbers that you can't trust. That must be what they do. Why would they offer something useful, like the most obvious fucking thing, which is something useful, like a certified random number? What the fuck else would we pay the government to make random numbers for if it's not to facilitate certified random fucking numbers for industry, for government, for courts, for everything? It's the government. If Congress needs random numbers, they go to NIST. Okay, it's a state lottery that publishes a batch every 60 seconds. Here's the output. All this crap is a chain that proves that their computer did not alter, somebody in their office did not alter these, because if they did alter them, then this is some kind of hash or something, and they hashed the previous and they hashed the next, and apparently you can verify this. I didn't care. So what if I took the wrong numbers? This isn't the value, right? This is the value, the output. So on my website, I publish them. If it's a live stream, then it's rock solid proof. You can verify. Obviously, it's just like a state lottery. They publish the numbers for you to check them, and the way you check them is you come to this URL and you enter the time, like let's say 7:10, and then you can check the batch for that minute. Now when you're working with these, you tend to work with the Unix timestamp, and you can make a direct link to the record, but it doesn't look very it doesn't look like it's part of the website. So it's kind of people don't trust it. It looks like it's a different website, and it doesn't really look official. It looks kind of like it's a disappointment. If you have to put the timestamp. So I post both links. This link is kind of this is a disappointment. When you go to one of these, this does not look. They don't have the NIST logo. They don't have any of the shit. They got a crazy color scheme. It doesn't look like it's part of the same. That's what they did. So in my operating system, when we want to, I've been fucking using NIST for goddamn fucking years. Not that many years, but fucking at least a year. I don't know, 2 years. Anyway, so let's see. I have to talk to God. Oh, let's just. You like imaginary numbers. Okay. And now, if you're paying attention, I have this all figured out. So I go Alt F7. We're going to do a NIST kosher number. We're going to do a kosher pick. Okay, if you want the kosher source document, go to my website under in my app store, in the supplemental ISO, on the supplemental ISO in the blog directory, there is now a kosher.html. So we have this, download this so that you don't, so that you have proof that it wasn't altered. Download this. Once you have a download of that, then I'm going to go ahead, we're going to do a kosher pick at 725. So as long as you call it out ahead of time, then it's rock solid proof. This is as rock solid. Anybody who doesn't trust this is just a okay. This is fucking. Any scientist would say, yeah, that's the scientific proof. Anything else is. If you don't follow this, you're a fucking okay. Fraser's like derp. Fraser's a goddamn. But any scientist I would expect would say, yeah, it's fucking how you do it. That's the scientist. I keep telling people, NIST is the whitest of the white scientists. They're not gonna fuck this up, okay? How hard can it be? You know, if I made a Commodore host a web page, I could make a static web page, okay? This is how, and you cannot log in and hack the Commodore. You can just make a static fucking web page. It is possible to make a secure web page. The CIA doesn't like that, so they don't like secure web pages. But if you really wanted to make a secure web page, you could probably make a Commodore that could not be hacked. You could put it in a ROM, and the Commodore could not be hacked. This is only one step more difficult, which is a static web page every minute, okay? That's random numbers. You know, I could probably add this to TempleOS. A static fucking web page every minute. The fucking like, it can be hacked. It has a back door. I'm going, God damn you fucking. It's a fucking static web page every minute. You fucking fuck yourself. It's the whitest of the white scientists. Okay? I don't think they fucked this up. They have a back door and everything. Fuck. You get, everybody has become a cow. You club them over the head and they cannot understand anything because they're a goddamn cow. Moot. If we meet a friend during any of the 30 days of his mourning for a deceased relative, he must condole with him but not salute him, but after that time he may be saluted but not condoled with. If a man, because he hath no family, remarries within 30 days of the death of his wife, he should not be condoled with at home, lest he might hurt the feelings of his new partner. But if met with out of doors, he should be addressed in an undertone of voice accompanied with a slight inclination of the head. During the 30 days of mourning for deceased friends or relatives, the bereaved should not trim their hair, but if they have lost their parents, they are not to attend such matters until their friends force them to do so. What? So I made the third temple. Do you fucking know what the third temple is? Do you even fucking know what the third fucking temple is? Huh? I made the fucking third temple. Right, Mr. God? Okay. So we say NAST kosher. I made the fucking third temple all by myself because nobody else was interested. And now I talk with God all day and nobody else is interested. Oh well, fuck 'em.
The ultimate focal point of the Holy Temple was contained within the Holy of Holies, the innermost part of the sanctuary. This room was built over the Eben Hashatiyah, the foundation stone, the primordial point from which God created the world. Atop the foundation stone, in the first temple, rested the Holy Ark of the Covenant. And within the Holy Ark lay the 2 tablets of the Covenant, engraved with the 10 Commandments. The 10 Commandments, 2 enormous cubes of purest sapphire. Their miraculous letters, engraved through from one side to the other, were written by the finger of God atop Mount Sinai. Upon the covering of the ark stood the 2 cherubim, hammered out of a single ingot of gold, according to the commandment of God. And from between the cherubim, God spoke from his place on high. The very presence of the ark was a constant miracle in the Holy of Holies. The width of this small room was 20 cubits. The Ark of the Covenant measured 2.5 cubits from end to end. Yet, when they measured from either side of the ark to the nearest wall of the Holy of Holies, both distances measured 10 cubits. The 2 measurements added up to 20 cubits. This meant that the Holy Ark itself occupied no space on earth. And from above this place, which occupied no place in the world, the voice of God was heard from his place above.
Another day talking with God. Because nobody else is worthy. So he keeps them away. All the fucking their flocks and their herds, their sons and their daughters. We lie down in our shame, and our confusion covers us. For we have sinned against the Lord our God, we and our fathers, from our youth even until this day. We have not obeyed the voice of the Lord our God. If thou wilt return, O Israel, saith the Lord, return unto me, and if thou wilt put away thine abominations out of my sight, then shalt thou not remove. And thou shalt swear, and the Lord liveth in truth and judgment and in righteousness, and the nations shall bless themselves in him, and in him shall they glory. For thus saith the Lord to the men of Judah and Jerusalem, break up your fallow ground, and sow not among thorns. Circumcise yourselves to the Lord, and take away the foreskin of your heart, ye men of Judah, inhabitants of Jerusalem, lest my fury. So this just hello, it's fucking God. The fuck is your fucking problem? I'm the most famous person in all history that ever will be. There is no possible way I cannot be the most famous person in all human history. There's no fucking possible way I cannot be the most fucking famous person in all fucking human history. I made the third temple. I proved God. What? How can I not be the most fucking famous person in all human history? When I look at the math, that's the only answer I come up with. I'm more famous than Jesus.
Remember that you are about to come before the Supreme King, who sits on a throne of justice and destroys all evil. He was then handed a censer full of finely ground incense. Stirred by feelings of reverence, he entered the Holy of Holies. When he reached the Ark of the Covenant, he set down the fire pan between its staves. In the second temple, he set it upon the foundation stone. He emptied all of the incense from the ladle into his hands, then placed it on the glowing coals of the fire pan until the Holy of Holies became filled with smoke. When he emerged from within the curtain, he offered a brief prayer. When atonement had been granted to the people, a thread of crimson wool that had been placed in the sanctuary miraculously turned white. The people who had been anxiously awaiting this moment now rejoiced.
Okay, so any random oracle will speak if you do an offering that's a good offering. In the Bible, they were frantically doing offerings. Let a psychologist study that. Why would they, how on earth would humans frantically do, what would possess them? That's just weird. Why would they do offerings like all day long? Why would they slaughter 10,000 sheep if nothing was happening? Well, the truth is they were consulting the oracle in the temple, and it was talking. They matter-of-factly, Cain and Abel matter-of-factly talked to God. Like, what did God say? Oh, God said this and that. He talked, and, we had a good time. Solomon overlaid the house, put chains of gold before the oracle. Any random number can be used as an oracle. You can randomly open a book. Augustine is a Sigmund Freud is a only a thinks his brain is an angel. If you can't tell the difference between your brain and an angel, you're a fucking Are you smart enough to think of that? Well, I don't know. I think it's part of my brain. No, it ain't your brain, you retard. You're a fucking clown. It's an angel. It's not your brain. Did you think of that? No. When you say something clever, did you think of that? Well, I don't know. I think it's my brain. No, it's not your brain. So Augustine as I think about history, it's very natural to randomly open the Bible, and it will speak. If you have talked about something just before, then that is a context that serves as an offering. If you do not have a context, it will not speak. In other words, you have to have a context, and if you have a context, then communication can happen. Of whom, when I had demanded how, for if when a man by haphazard opens the pages of some poet who's saying out thoughts of something wholly different, and a verse oft-time fell out wondrously agreeable to the present business. Okay. If it were not to be wondered, you're an okay. He says, wow, isn't that wondrous? Okay, so let me open up the scripture. If you're a Jew, you're not impressed. So guess what? Everybody in the Bible was doing random oracles. Okay, we're doing a filter search within 5 of Jesus, within 5 of Moses. Let me just, you know how you explain stuff to kids? Look. And there appeared unto Elias. After 6 days, Jesus taketh with him Peter, James, John, leadeth up a high mountain, and he was transfigured before them, and his raiments became shining, exceedingly white as snow, as no fuller on earth can whiten them. And there appeared unto them Elias, Moses, and they were talking with Jesus. Now what that means is they were opening the scriptures and they were talking as though it was the present day. That happens all the time. Okay, I get time travel. You want to see some fucking time travel? I'm gonna talk to Shakespeare. Like, Shakespeare, what's up, dog? You see that football game? Shakespeare be answering, yeah, that's a bitchin' game. What's up, dog? Okay, we're gonna talk. Okay, we're going to open it up to 30. No, let's do the kosher. Fuck it. NIST. Mr. God, we need you to come through just this once. What's up, dog? We be talking with Moses. Moses, you chillin'? Yeah, I be chillin'. So that's how you talk to Elijah. You randomly open the Torah or the scripture and wow, holy shit, Elijah just talked to me. Now I'm like a vampire. Vampires don't like mirrors. I don't like rebroadcast media. Fuck that. Fuck that. Get that out of here. Let's say you turn on the radio and it's 7 o'clock, and about 15 minutes earlier you were just talking about Hamilton. And then you say, wow, the radio's talking about Hamilton. And then you realize the radio was recorded at 9 a.m. in the morning and it's a rebroadcast. And you're going, oh, fuck, don't do that. God damn it. Why are you fucking with me? 15 minutes earlier you were talking about Hamilton, and now the radio's fucking talking about Hamilton, and you're going, fuck you. I don't like that. It's fucking recorded this morning. Fuck yourselves. I don't like rebroadcasts. There's nothing worse than thinking it's the present and then discovering it's the past. You're talking in the present and then you realize it's the past. Out of it, it is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. And from the wicked their light is withholden, and the high arm shall be broken. Hast thou entered into the springs of the sea, or hast thou walked in the search of the depth? Have the gates of death been opened unto thee, or hast thou been seen the doors of the shadow of death? Hast thou perceived the breadth of the earth? Declare if thou knowest it all. Where is the way where light dwelleth? And as for darkness, where is the place thereof? For thou shouldst take it to the bound thereof, and hast thou and should know the paths to the house thereof? Knowest thou it because thou wast then born, or because of the number of thy days is great? Hast thou entered into the treasures of the snow? Hast thou seen the treasures of the hail, which I have reserved against the time of trouble, against the day of battle and war? By the way the light parted. By what way is the light parted? So God planned ahead, and it can look like time travel. You know, for example, light parted. That's not real impressive in that spot, but you will find evidence of modern physics in the Bible where God placed it there. And it's not like the Jews knew modern physics. It's more like the wording of the Bible was kind of fucked in a certain way that reveals modern physics. It's like they didn't know, but God knew when he wrote the Bible. God reserved for the day. He's got a bunch of plans. Did you see me do the antimatter? God, you might ask, what can God control? The answer is, what does God not control? What does God not control? Leibniz thought all the particles were pre-programmed. I'm not real fond of that. I don't blame him. Just in order to predict the, the random words that I do, that is actually phenomenally difficult without time travel. I don't know. If you got NASA to analyze picking the random words. Told you I made the fucking third temple. Nobody takes me fucking seriously. So, I have something to. Oh, I was gonna. I almost forgot being watched. So I can make a the Red Sea distribution. So I have commanded Microsoft, VMware, and Linux to support the Red Sea file system. I'm not asking, I'm telling. I'm commanding. Do it. So we're gonna make, this will be a shock. Okay, make Ultra Red Sea distro. Okay, we gotta do this. Make Ultra Red Sea distro. Does it copy it to, where does it put it? Oh, here it is. Let's do this. There we go. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, we are going to make the Ultra Webs Wednesday. Okay, we're making, check this shit out. You know how the temple, the arc measured 10 feet, 2 feet, 10 feet, and yet it was only 20 feet? If you want your brain to be exploded, I should put this on my website. So when TempleOS is stored in the Red Sea format in all its glory, it takes up 1.7 meg. It has a full compiler, kernel, graphics library, editor, all the tools, and a flight simulator, and it's 1.7 meg. It's 100% open source. You can recompile, and you can delete all the binaries and recompile. It's all there, and it's 1.7 meg. It's just exactly like the Tabernacle that was, except we don't have the Tabernacle. Anyway, one of the things we got rid of was God. But it has a compiler, it has a flight simulator, it has a kernel. So watch this, dog. Watch this, dog. So, hold on a sec. I think we're going to make this a permanent fixture. I didn't want to, once we rise to our prominence, the Red Sea disk is kind of counterproductive until we establish our credentials. So watch this. Okay. Download this fucker and be astounded, like a fucking miracle program, because it's divine fucking intellect. Fucking it's fucking, it'll scare the crap out of you. You fucking get to see I am the smartest programmer on the planet. I am literally the smartest fucking programmer on the planet. And you want proof? Here it is. If that doesn't shock the hell out of you. .7 and okay, we're gonna go kosher. We got a kosher response here. I'm literally the smartest programmer on the planet. A 64-bit operating system with compiler, with kernel, with graphics library, with flight simulator. 1.7 meg. .64-bit operating system. Okay, I'm going to cover making your own distribution. So go to my website, go to download operating system. I'm going to pick the ultra small. You can pick the standard if you like, or the ultra small. And I'm going to save it. Okay, now in my downloads directory is TempleOS ultra small, 2 meg. What? What? Where were we? We were looking at .807. So we go to NIST at 807. Get some numbers. Get some kosher numbers. Hey, what is your malfunction? kosher numbers. Paste some kosher numbers. Fuck you, what are you doing? What the fuck? Is your fucking malfunction? Is it still working? What the fuck? It's like the desktop is covered. Same respectful manner as when he leaves the synagogue and is to repeat Isa in Rabbi Akiva commentary on the text Ezek. And he begins dressing, he is to repeat Isa. And when he subsequently washes his face and hands and feet in warm water, to which is attached a great mystery, he is to say, Behold, here I am, washing myself in honor of Sabbath the queen, and add also Isa. And also, I have washed my feet, how shall I defile them? Happy is he who is able to provide himself with a complete suit of apparel, down to the girdle, the shoes, and the hat for wearing on the Sabbath, different from those worn on weekdays. Then he is to repeat the book of Solomon's song, and if unable to repeat the whole, he is, at all events, to repeat these 4 verses. The initials of the first word of each of them taken together form the word Jacob. After this, he is to repeat certain portions of Mishnah and something of the Torah or some other Kabbalistic work. Okay, repeat after me. I wrote every goddamn line from scratch, okay? What part of goddamn fuck you, fucker? You don't get something better from shit. You cannot take shit and get gold, okay? Linux is shit. This is goddamn divine fucking intellect. So, let's motherfucking We download the ultra small. It's 1.7 meg. It's a complete operating system. In the downloads directory, ultra 1.7 meg. New virtual machine, typical ISO downloads, Ultra Red C 1.7 meg, other 64-bit. That's fine. That's fine. Customize hardware. Watch what I do. We put it. Let's put 4 gig. Let's put 5 gig. Let's put 8 processors. Let's remove the network. There is no network. It doesn't support the sound card. So we have memory processor. Okay. There's no network. Okay, there's no network. It's 1.7 meg. It's 100% open source. It has a kernel, compiler, graphics library. It has enough to make the flight simulator. Everything can be recompiled. All the sources there. It's 1.7 meg. It's divine fucking intellect. Like I've been goddamn telling you, fucking 64-bit. It's got a 20,000 line Holy C just-in-time, ahead-of-time compiler. I'm the smartest programmer on the fucking planet. Like I've been fucking telling you. Fuck yourselves. So here we are. 1.7 meg. Compiler, 20,000 lines. Kernel, 25,000 lines. Graphics library, 2 and 3D. Editor with trees and sprites and okay, God. We do have God. We don't have I don't think we have a vocabulary. We don't have a vocabulary. We need, if we give God a vocabulary, he can talk. But so now if you look in the menu, there's flight simulator. Oh fuck. Fucking fuck. Oh, shite. You know what happened? I'll tell you what happened. The demo games talent. Oh, I copied. Oh, it's on here. It's just the wrong icon. Okay. Let's just relax. Where would I put it? Control D. Did I put in miscellaneous? Talents. There it is. Okay. So, good thing I tested this fucker. Okay. Oh no! The other distro is fucked up. Okay. Oh crap. Okay. Control D. So my icon is pointed to the wrong location. I have to say miscellaneous. Okay, I hate when that happens. Okay, so you can delete the binaries and recompile. Reboot. So you can recompile. Let's Control D. We're going to delete the kernel. We're going to delete the compiler. We're going to recompile with, how do you do that? I've renamed this fucker so many times. Fuck. Boot. Boot hard disk install C. Okay. You enter the C drive. Okay, it wants the C drive probe. You compile support for the drive into the kernel. we want number 1, enter, disk cache, default, no options. Okay, so we just remade all the binaries. So if we hit Control D, we now have a kernel, we now have a compiler. As a matter of fact, we need to reinstall the master. No, do we have to yeah, we have, what? No, we're okay. We didn't get rid of the master boot. We almost did. So we can reboot, and everything still works. So I reinstalled, you motherfucker. I didn't save it. Okay, anyway. So I am the smartest programmer on the planet. I have been calmly telling you, as the fucking have been insulting me for fucking years. Fucking retard been driving me fucking crazy. Okay, we go to distro, ultra menu, Control T. This is the only one, am I right? Of course that's the only one. Escape. Okay. So we need to fix that right away, don't we? Okay. Why don't you go ahead and do that, Terry? Yes, do it. Okay, fuck it. Do it. So I'm supposed to wash my feet.
before you throw up, you feel like you're hovering above your seat for a second? What would it feel like if that moment could last just a little bit longer? Probably something like this. Who does that? It looks so awesome! My name's Emily Kelly, and I'm a host and co-producer of Exploration Outer Space on Fox. Besides being a super awesome intelligent woman, Emily has gotten the chance to go up in a plane simulating weightlessness. But no one's that lucky. These planes fly and dive in such a way that you feel like there's almost no gravity acting on you. It feels like you're floating in space. Some people ask me if I've literally been to space. See? Pretty funny. But maybe it's not actually that far off. If you consider the fundamental physics behind these two phenomena, it's a reasonable question. So did I explain, like, no, obviously I did not, because going space is really hard and dangerous, and I'm not even sure that I would be able to go to space. Okay, besides the impracticality of getting to space, you know, like needing a rocket launch and years of vetting and training and all, you can't really tell the difference between diving in the zero-G plane or the vomit comet and actually being out in space. Well, I guess you could just look out the window. The nose of the plane is pointing downward at about 45 degrees. You can actually tell that you're diving toward the ground when you look out the window. So there's that. But in a closed box with no windows, I bet you couldn't tell the difference between whether you're falling to Earth or whether you're floating out in space. That's not really a fair bet, though, because there's no experiment you could do to tell. This is one of the strange predictions of general relativity called the equivalence principle. You can't tell the difference between free falling in a gravitational field like falling to Earth and floating out in space away from any gravitational poles. In fact, the vomit comet takes advantage of the equivalence principle. Here's how. When you throw a ball up in the air with some sideways motion, it falls back down in this shape. You've probably heard it called a parabola. The pull of gravity makes the ball go faster and faster. It makes the ball accelerate. Now, if I threw you up with the ball, ignoring air resistance, you would fall in the same path, despite your difference in mass. So to you, it would look like the ball were just floating next to you. That's the idea behind the vomit comet. The zero-G plane flies in the path that an object in free fall would follow. It's the same parabola. So now replace that ball with a plane, and you're both moving together. That is the path the plane follows during your segments of weightlessness, and that's what makes you feel like you're floating. Okay, so there's no experiment you can do to tell the difference between this and this. But it still seems strange to me that you're falling, though you feel like you're floating. How can that be? What you feel when you're in the aircraft is simply weightless. You are floating in the aircraft. And so, to you feel like you're in space. Can you please as someone who's never felt like they're in space? Because you feel like you're in space. I know there's times you've been in space. Yeah, like, I've never been in space. Another, like, analogy is when you're underwater and you feel buoyant. That's a little bit of a similar feeling. You're not going up, you're not going down, you really have nothing pushing against you. Pause! This is a really important point. Much of the sensation of floating comes from not having a localized force acting on you. Think about when you're sitting or you're standing. When you're sitting down, you feel the pressure of the chair on just your butt. When you're floating, nothing needs to hold you up like that, so there's no localized pressure. You know those memory foam mattresses? They say you feel like you're floating on a cloud? That's because they're actually spreading the force out all over your body to make you feel more like you're floating. So even though you're falling in a plane, if you don't look outside, you don't know that you're diving towards the ground. You don't feel that. What you feel when you're in the aircraft is simply weightless. Now, how is this different from skydiving? Well, that's where air resistance comes in. When you jump out of a plane, initially you're falling pretty close to the rate of free fall. But at some point, you reach terminal velocity. This is where a lot of us get confused. Because you're still falling, but you're not free falling anymore. The force of air resistance balances the force of gravity. So you don't stop, but you keep going at the same speed. And if you've ever skydived, you can definitely feel that force of air resistance on you. Now, as awesome as the vomit comet is, the feeling eventually takes its toll. The most common question is, did I get sick? Because it's nicknamed the vomit comet for a reason. And it always sucks to answer that question, because I want to be like, no, I did not. I did. The vomit comet does those parabolas over and over. You eventually get 30 of them. I imagine at some point you probably just want to get off that ride. But it still looks like so much fun. If you want to know more about the vomit comet experience, keep watching for more stories from Emily. Thank you so much to Emily for joining me at MIT. And check out her new show, Exploration Outer Space, on Fox in the fall. This is one of the first science shows hosted by a woman. Pretty awesome! Thanks for watching! world from ours. But this is what makes up our world. Those are cells in your lungs. Well, that makes you wonder what makes up this world. What would it look like if you zoomed in even farther to the individual molecules that make up these cells? We didn't know until 2009 when a single molecule was imaged for the first time at atomic resolution, and it looks like this. Those lines, those are bonds you've seen. Bonds between atoms. Obviously, bonds don't look like green smears any more than these meerkats look like this in visible light. But that's the thing. This image was not made with visible light. In fact, this molecule is invisible. It's too small to be resolved with visible light. All light waves have a wavelength, right? And at the microscopic level, that light, like this blue light here, reflects off of things that are about the same size as that wavelength, like this cholera. So that's the issue here. Despite how small visible light is, you could fit 350 of these molecules in one wavelength of blue light. And we know that atoms are even smaller than these molecules. And atoms have electrons and protons and neutrons. And protons have quarks. How far down can we keep going? Let's zoom back out for a second. We couldn't image this molecule with visible light, but to be honest, we couldn't even resolve these cells with visible light. Instead, this image was made with electrons. It works like this. Imagine I'm trying to figure out what this frog looks like. I can throw small things at it and they'll bounce off in different directions and some pass by and you get the outline of a frog. That's how a standing electron microscope works. And images things like this pollen. It operates on the weird quantum mechanical principle that all particles can act like waves. And the faster the particle, the smaller the wavelength, which allows us to see down to smaller scales. If I tried to image this with visible light that has a much bigger wavelength, it just wouldn't work. Answering the original question, scanning electron microscopes have seen down to half a nanometer, which is still not small enough to see an atom. But in 2013, scientists imaged a single hydrogen atom for the first time using photoionization microscopy. Well, I'm 14 and I quit smoking a cancer. By the time I was 30, I said, that's what I'm a smoker for life. I wanted to be a non-smoker, and I did it. Thanks to cancer.
What? What is that fucking... Fuck. Okay. Did I do it? Did I fucking do it? Grrr. Okay. Okay, so this better be 31. 33, 31, 28, 29. Okay, I can believe that. Okay. 433. 435. And now we want to let's go ahead. No, let's do this. Okay, Alt F7. So now we're going to get God to talk about the vomit comet, NIST kosher. NIST kosher. Diana's probably asleep. Damn it. Damn it. Damn. Where did the time go? Boy, the time went by pretty fast. That's kind of bad if she was asleep. If she was not asleep. I hate when that happens. I'm terrible. So we're going to download the Red Sea and save it. 38. Oh, let's go ahead. Uh-oh. Puppy. Okay, is it still in the clipboard? Yeah. It's on the bed. What? Okay. Now we... So if you don't test, then stuff can get broken and you never notice. I hate when that happens. Okay, so we're done here. And Aaron said to Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not this sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly, wherein we have sinned. Let her not be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he cometh out of her mother's womb. And Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, Heal her now, O God, I beseech thee. And the Lord said unto Moses, If the father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? Yet let her be shut out from the camp 7 days, and after that let her be received in again. But Miriam was shut out of the camp 7 days. And Miriam was shut out of the camp 7 days, and the people journeyed not till Miriam was brought in again. And afterward the people were moved from Hazeroth and pitched in the wilderness of Paran. doing, puppy? No, no, no. ASU.edu. And then we go to hello. The licensing agreement, it's public domain. Public domain can be used in corporations. It can be used for anything. There's no restriction. Yes, I do. It's a communist plot that tries to restrict corporations. No, I don't. He's an atheist faggot. No, he's a CIA scheming little. Bye. Linus Torvalds is an atheist CIA scheming little. They're nothing but evil CIA scheming little CIA that clusterfuck shit. They want to take all the code and put it in the cloud under lock and key, and then they're going to steal the compiler and lock it away, and they're going to lock you out so that you don't have sudo, you won't have ring 0. They're going to make you an impotent little cattle that they can herd around and get their yippee-ki-yay motherfucking thrills off of, all the little cattle. That's their dream. They're going to take away your compilers. They're going to lock them up. They're going to put everything in the cloud. They're going to ram you up the ass and search and probe your ass every fucking day because they get their jollies out of looking up your ass. They're fucking CIA pervert cattle. Atheist, communist, CIA cattle. Fuck them. Hello? You know, I don't give a fuck. I made God's temple, its divine intellect, suck my cock. Okay, bye. I don't know, he wants to talk about Commodore or some shit. I don't know what he's talking about. It's the third fucking temple, okay? Nothing else matters except it's God's official third fucking temple. Suck my goddamn cock, you fucking. On second thought. Well, anyway. Nothing matters except for it being the third goddamn temple, and I'm the most famous man in all human history that ever will be or has been. Because I made the official shut up, Bert. I'm gonna fucking kill that bird. I made the official third Jewish temple. I made the official third Jewish temple. I prove, you see, the are sitting there complete. I fucking proved God. What the fuck is your malfunction, you goddamn homo? It's fucking. I can't deal with the subhuman who do not know what a random number is. What would a government random number be? What do you suppose a government random number would be? Like, well, I don't know, but it's not God. That much I know. I know it's not God because I don't want to believe in God. So I know it's not God. It's a fucking random number, and you're fucking in denial, you little fucking. You gotta wake up. These are the whitest of the white scientists making random numbers, and they prove God, and you're a fucking little faggot in denial. You're a fucking Japanese soldier after the war who's still fucking fighting after the war's fucking over. God has been proven. You're fucking on the island. The little faggots are the fucking Japanese not surrendering motherfuckers. It's proven, you stupid. What the fuck is your problem? It's a fucking random number. Little fucking in denial, fucking crazy Japanese soldier fuckers got it. Atheists or the homo atheists, in denial motherfuckers. What do you think a government random number is? What else would it fucking be but a goddamn fucking proven number that works in a court of law? If you let's just hypothetically, let's just say, where do we get a court of law random number? Okay, don't you think there is such a thing? Of course there is. If you want a number for a random number for let's just say you needed a random number in a court of law. Where would you get it? Go ask somebody who knows the answer, because you are too much of a to recognize that NIST qualifies. NIST facilitates.
Most people think of NIST as a federal laboratory that only works to improve measurements, but its true central mission is to enable innovation. But how does a measurement agency support innovation? Well, if you know how to measure something, then you can begin to think about how to design it.
Okay, look at this website. NIST has a random number. What do you think it is? Well, I don't know, but it's not random. No, why would they make a random number that is not random? What would be the value? Why would they put all this time and effort into a random number that's not random? Well, I don't know, but it's not random. It is random. You're in denial, okay? God exists. You're a little faggot in denial. This is a random number. You're a faggot in denial, okay? In the Bible, God talked to everybody. They did offerings, and that's why God talked. If you do offerings, God will talk. And God has remained hidden because people stopped doing offerings. Okay, it's really fucking obvious. In the Bible, they did offerings, God talked. They stopped doing offerings, God stopped talking. Okay, it's that fucking simple. It's no more complicated than that. Okay, well, let's go ahead and do an offering and get God to talk, because that's what you do. Hello? Hello? Okay, I did a joke. It's funny. The don't understand. Fraser's like, what's so funny? You don't know math. You don't know what the Pythagorean theorem is. It's named after Norm, you faggot. You don't know what Pythagorean theorem is. What do you know? I bet you don't know what the Pythagorean theorem is. It's named after Norm, you faggot. You don't know math. It's named after Norm, you faggot. You don't know. You don't know math. All these. You don't know math. The figure. You don't know math. And I know it's not random. What would a government certified random number be? Well, I don't know, but it's not random. And Abraham passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Morah, and the Canaanite was then in the land. And the Lord appeared to Abram and said, Unto thy seed will I give this land. And there built he an altar unto the Lord who appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto the mountain on the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent, having Bethel on the west and Hiah on the east. And there he builded an altar unto the Lord, and called upon the name of the Lord. And Abraham journeyed till going on still towards the south, and there was a famine in the land, and Abram went down into Egypt, sojourned there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass he come near to enter into Egypt, and he said unto Sarah his wife, Behold, now I know that thou art a How do you spell Pythagoras? I don't want to bring shame. Pythagoras. I like Google. Google's awesome. They pretend they can't. Google's awesome. we're in the stratus. We're in. Shut up. Gonna learn that bird. Not to fuck with me. We're in the stratosphere, and these little ants are like fucking. Dude, you are so far below. I can't even talk to you. You're not in my species. This fucking. You are not in my species, okay? You are not a part of the same species I am in, okay? I cannot talk to you. We are obviously not in the same species. Let's agree on that, okay? It's some Indian completely clueless. You ever seen a completely clueless Indian being very earnest? What I am trying to say to you is this is not sensible. This is what I'm trying to say to you is this is word salad. It makes no sense. Could it be you're just No. You do not know math. This is word salad. It makes no sense. No, what I think it is I think you're and that's the problem. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that's the problem. Okay. What do you think a random number is? Well, I know it's not random because if it was random, it would not be random. And the decree went forth that the wise men should be slain, and they sought Daniel and his fellow to be slain. And Daniel answered with counsel and wisdom to Arioch, the captain of the king's guard, which was gone forth to slay the wise men of Babylon. And he answered and said to Arioch, the king's captain, why is the decree so hasty from the king? And Arioch made the thing known to Daniel. Then Daniel went in and desired of the king that he would give him time, and that he would show the king the interpretation. Then Daniel went to his house and made the thing known to Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, his companions, that they would desire mercies of God of heaven concerning the secret, that Daniel and his fellows should not perish with the rest of the wise men of Babylon. Then was the secret revealed to Daniel in the night vision. So, damn, you are some knuckle dragging. So this is about a tent, and it's about a tent, north, south, east, west. Shut up. Shut them up. So it's about a tent. It's about the tent, north, south, east, and west. Fuck you, bird. A norm. That's one norm. A norm is a math term. Anyway, we are not in the same species. Trust me. Hello, puppy. Puppy's gone. Okay. I shut the bird up, didn't I? That seems to work.
pendulum on the line.
Oh, puppy. Okay, well, back to Mount Horeb. So, I should do something about my art. This is not acceptable. Diana is ashamed of me. You bring shame to us. What? What do you think of Heaviside formula, Mr. God? Your voice and all that ye said unto me, and have made a king over you. Creeper. I like doing that. And now behold, the king walketh before you, and I am old and gray-haired, and behold, my sons are with you, and I have walked before you from my childhood unto this day. Behold, here I am, witness against me before the Lord, and before his anointed, whose ox have I taken, or whose ass have I taken, or whom have I defrauded, whom have I oppressed, and whose hand have I received any bribe, or blind my eyes therewith, and I will restore it you. And they said, Thou hast not defrauded us, nor oppressed us, neither hast thou taken aught of any man's hand. And he said unto them, The Lord is witness against you, and his anointed is witness this day, that ye have not found aught in my hand. And they answered, He is witness. And Samuel said unto the people, It is the Lord that advanced. Pew, pew, pew. Kill the sand. Pew, pew, pew. Danger close. Oh, fuck. You get a major penalty for whatever you do. Don't kill your own guys. It's bad for morale. Oh, fuck. So, bird. And he smote the Philistine even unto Gaza, and the borders thereof, from the tower of the watchman to the fenced city. And it came to pass in the 4th year of King Hezekiah, which was the 7th year of Hoshea son of Elah, king of Israel, that Shalmaneser king of Assyria came up against Samaria and besieged it. And at the end of 3 years they took it, even in the 6th year of Hezekiah, that is in the 9th year of Hoshea king of Israel. Samaria was taken, and the king of Syria did carry away Israel into Assyria, and put them in Hala, in harbor by the river of Gazan, and in the cities of the Medes, because they obeyed not the voice of the Lord their God, but transgressed his covenant, and all that Moses the servant of the Lord commanded, and would not hear them, and nor do them. Now for I've been telling it over and over and over and over. Fucking nigger. You don't know math. You don't know algebra. So we're going to make an integrator. So right now it's kind of like right now it's kind of like a ship heading, and anyway, so I got it backward, whatever it is. So so now what it's going to do is correct itself. So now you know what we're gonna do. Let's see how this works with Taller Rocket. Did she still work? SpaceX has a Tall Rocket. Now we're gonna get tricky. What if we have fuel slosh? I just invented this way to simulate fuel slosh. You can see it's not stable. Okay, so what we want is air A2 drive it to 0. It's not working. Okay, long story short, this. So now you can see it's trying hard to keep the A2 from spinning. It's trying too hard to keep the A2 from spinning. It's trying to keep the A2 from spinning, so let's see if it handles a just to be strange. What if we crank this up? Let's crank that up to 3. Okay, that was a bad idea. It needs to pay more attention to the main angle. Okay, we're just putzing around. So, you never do this in school, but in reality, you want to plot a trajectory for where it goes. In school, you just drive the arrow to 0, but in reality, you want to make it follow a parabola or something like that, go into orbit. So anyway, that's sim structure. What? I wrote sim structure to practice control systems because it's expensive making prototypes. 05. I wanted to do at Ticketmaster. I got introduced to interpreters and compilers, and I put an interpreter into sim structure, And then when I started TempleOS, I made it into a compiler. Fucking talking about algebra. You don't know algebra. Asians. You feel inferior to Asians. No, I don't feel inferior to Asians. I lived in Richland, Washington. No, I don't feel inferior to Asians. They named it Trinity Site because the Asians would think, oh, that's God. That must not be good. The Asians are heathens. And the whole house he overlaid with gold until he had finished all the house. Also the whole altar that was by the oracle was overlaid with gold. And within the oracle he made 2 cherubim of olive trees, each 10 cubits high. Olive tree 10 cubits high. And 5 cubits were with one wing of the cherub, and 5 cubits with the other wing of the cherub, and the uttermost part of the one wing, and the uttermost part of the other were 10 cubits. And the other cherub were 10 cubits. Both the cherubims were of one measure and one size. And the height of one cherubim was 10 cubits, and so was the other cherubim. And he set the cherubim within the inner house, and they stretched forth the wings of the cherubims, so that the wing of one touched one wall, and the wing of the other cherub touched the Hello? Hold on. Puppy. Come in. Okay. Thanks.
Most people in the United States, standard setting is led by industry, but NIST plays a critical role in supporting, defining, and fostering that effort and coordinating it with the federal government. NIST's role among technical agencies is unique in many ways. Over our long history, we have cultivated deep scientific roots that cut across a whole range of disciplines. Having such strong and varied scientific expertise without being a regulatory agency is what allows us to work so closely with such a broad spectrum of industries and other government agencies. And NIST cooperates with similar organizations around the world.
NIST is the whitest of white scientists. First, the beacon-generated numbers cannot be predicted. Second, the public time-bound authenticated nature allows user applications to prove to anybody that it used truly random numbers not known before a certain point in time. Third, this proof can be presented offline. So, I tell you ahead of time when we are going to get the numbers. That, shut up, bird. I'm going to kill that bird. 1018. It's if you weren't a nigger, you would understand, but you're a so you cannot understand scientific procedures such as certified random numbers. The simply goes derp. He can't judge for himself because he's and the is incapable of scientific thought. Gee, what would a government certified random number be? I don't know, but it's not random. Could it be that the people in the Bible were correct? If you do offerings, you get a response. If you don't do offerings, you don't get a response. In the Bible, they were frantic. The one pastime the Jews had, they didn't do sports, they did war, and they did offerings. That's what they did, and they did soap operas. They did war, offerings, and soap operas. That's what the Bible is. War, offerings, soap operas. No sports. Okay. 1018. So we can verify these. I did a kosher record. Okay, so here's the record, 480. You can check it here. We're looking for EF 685658. 68658. 68658. 68658. Committeth iniquity and doth according to all the abominations that the wicked man doeth. Shall he live? All his righteousness that he hath done shall not be mentioned. In his trespass he hath trespassed, and his sin he hath sinned. In them shall he die. Yet say I, the way of the Lord is not equal. Hear now, O house of Israel, is not my way equal? Are not your ways unequal? When a righteous man turneth away from his righteousness, and committeth iniquity, and dieth in them, for his iniquity that he hath done shall he die. Again, the wicked man turneth away from his wickedness that he hath committed, doeth that which is lawful and right, so his soul alive, save his soul alive. Because he considereth and turneth away from his transgression that he hath committed, he shall surely live, and he shall not die. Yet saith the house of Israel, the way of the Lord is not equal. Okay, this is about, it's a joke, not really a joke. We're talking about NIST, which is...
Most people think of NIST as a federal laboratory that only works to improve measurements, but its true central mission...
Okay. Weights and measures. How is perfect justice if the sinner can turn from his sin and the righteous can become bad? Well, it's not so easy to turn from sin. It's simple. Hello? Hello? I got it, Dad. Hello, Dad. Hello. What? How does hyperthreading work? Yeah, I'll tell you. Okay, bye. So, how does hyperthreading work? Well, first of all, I am not a nerd. I wrote my own assembler. Everybody else says you can't mix 16 and 32 and 64-bit code. Guess what? My assembler can make... Okay, so over at OS Dev, they're now telling them to use UEFI or something like that because it can start in 64-bit. But guess what? When you start up multi-core, did you know they start in real mode? So you want to start up multi-core for hyperthreading. So you do your SIPI, SIPI-IA, motherfucker. So, where did it go? Oh, there it is. IPI. Okay, so multi-core has a vector, which is strange. It's 1,000 times I think a byte. 1,000 times a byte. That's, they don't use the interrupt vector table for this, and I stick it at 97. A00 is VGA memory. I stick it at just under VGA memory, and I think I clobbered the now that I think about it, you have to be careful of the extended BIOS data area. So basically, you write to the local APIC. You tell it you want to either interrupt. This is for interrupts. You can tell it to interrupt all, interrupt self, or interrupt others, or something like that. And in the go away, puppy. I'm trying to remember where the startup code is that I got this. I first did this on my Core Duo machine back in 2007. At about the same time, I convert multi-core and 64-bit were the same year. Multi-core and 64-bit. This is for okay. Extended BIOS data area. I am an expert in, my level of expertise is data sheet programming. If you're looking at data sheets, if you're doing hardware, you're looking at data sheets, that's my area of expertise. I am a fucking expert. This is what I do. Okay, I didn't study algorithms, I studied data sheet programming. Okay, I have a 4-year degree as an engineer. I know hardware and software. I know flip-flops. I know digital design. I know architecture. I know 8 different assembly languages. This is what I do. The keeps saying, "Oh, you're an outsider. You suffer from imposter syndrome." No, I'm a fucking black belt selected by God. I wrote a fucking compiler. I'm the only human on earth who wrote a 64-bit x86 compiler, front, middle, and back, from scratch by myself. I'm the only one who wrote a 64-bit compiler by myself. The whole fucking thing. My level, Fraser's like, I am an expert on the level of data sheet programming when you're reading data sheets. That's what I do. I'm a fucking expert. Okay, so it's what I'm trained to do. I've been doing it since 8th grade when I did assembly language on the Commodore 64. That's what I do. So, let's see. Sippy yippee yippee IA. What do we got here? And it be. Here we go. bootstrap processor, APIC. In one of these places, it gives a procedure for startup where it says, do the IPI, wait 10 milliseconds. I was hoping to see it. It's in here. I can find it if you give me enough time. Not that it really matters. Okay. I am a black belt expert in programming at the level of data sheets. The has no clue what it is that I do. Let's just say I have 25 years experience doing this, 5 years experience doing electrical engineering, and 3 years doing control systems. By far, 25 years, this is what I do. This is what I'm an expert at. Okay, what are we doing here? I've been doing this ever since mapping the Commodore 64. So what do we got here? You see this shit? This is what I do. So we were just looking for, it might have been a different book, but it gave a procedure for starting up multi-core. So the interrupt is done with a byte that you multiply by 1,000, and that determines the address that the vector comes through. It is not the normal IDT. Interrupt descriptor table. It kind of was weird to me at first. At one point, I thought about it enough to understand why. At the moment, I'd have to think about it to explain why you use a different vector than the IDT. Anyway, I've done microcontrollers where you work with reset vectors and stuff like that. I've worked on bare metal microcontrollers and stuff. And as a matter of fact, I've done more work on bare metal systems where we're in assembly. It's kind of anyway. Some people brag about assembly. I'm not really. You know, I wrote a compiler the first thing because it's not that I don't know assembly, it's just that nobody should write in assembly as that's stupid. Okay, that's just plain stupid. Anybody who knows what they're doing, if you're going to argue that you're smarter than everybody and that everybody should program in assembly and they just don't understand assembly, no, that's not it. It's because I rid of as much, I converted as much of my assembly to C as I could. There's only a little bit left. There are some people who anyway, that's silly. Some people like assembly. That's just being silly. So anyway, so the CIA wants you dependent on Grub. Then you have to be GPL. I wrote my own bootloaders. I don't use Grub. There's no GPL code. And as a result, since I changed, I actually wrote I changed to protected mode from real mode back in 1993 with a DOS program. I can prove it. Anyway, in 1993 I changed to protected mode because I was a operating system programmer, and I was literally a professional before Linus, and we're the same age. I was paid at Ticketmaster at age 20 to work professionally on an operating system. I was literally a professional before Linus. I wrote a compiler. Linus did not write a compiler. The difference between a professional and a hobby is writing a compiler. If you have a compiler, it's not a hobby, you're a professional. If you write a compiler with your operating system, you are professional grade. And so I changed from 16-bit to 32-bit, changed from 32-bit to 64-bit. And when you start up the multi-core, you get them to issue the interrupts, and then what happens is that this is the location that the multi-cores start up. They all start, they wait on a semaphore, and then they increment to tell, they wait on a semaphore and lock it. I use bit test and set as my primary, what do you call it? What do you call it? Negotiation? No, what is that? Fuck. There's a word I'm looking for. Negotiate. Oh well. Anyway, bit test and set. Then you put a lock prefix on it, and then it's anything with multi-core. You put a lock prefix on it. That's a bus lock, and it slows it down. It's an expensive operation. So we spin waiting for a lock. We bit test and set. This is atomic. This is atomic, and it's bus locked. And this does, it's just a bit that gets set when you lock it. I learned that on the VAX at Ticketmaster. Branch bit set and clear, branch split bit. I know VAX assembly. That's what I started with at Ticketmaster. Branch bit test. I know I've been paid to program in 6 different architectures, assembly, architect languages. I'm a black belt. There's not a better one on earth. I was chosen by God. I have divine intellect. I wrote a 20,000 line compiler that operates just in time and ahead of time, 64-bit. I know 6. I've been paid to program in. I've been paid to program in 6 different assembly languages. I was paid to program in VAX assembly language at Ticketmaster. I was paid to program in x86. I did some x86 assembly at Ticketmaster. I did 8051 little hardware projects at Ticketmaster in assembly. I did 68,000 assembly hardware projects at Ticketmaster on bare metal. I did PIC microcontrollers at Graphic Technologies, little toner cartridge chips. I did Atmel AVR. I worked on a project that didn't get produced to sense toner levels. It was a tiny 12 AVR. I've been paid to program in 6 different assembly languages. In addition, I know 6502, and I know 68,000. We worked 6800. We worked at school, and I glanced at Z80. I'm literally, I was chosen by God because apparently it's pretty obvious I'm the best programmer to make his operating system. I was given divine intellect. I can prove it. I can literally prove that I am God's avatar, that every thought can be controlled by God. It's easy to prove it scientifically. Like, I get a 3 gigahertz and a stopwatch, and I press it, and I'm controlled by God. I'm God's fucking avatar. So, Vex. This is what my first professional job was, fax assembly. I remember going to school in my architecture course. He says, he's explaining the case statement to the class. He goes, I forgot what it does here. And then I told them. It goes to the one after that. I told the teacher what happened with fax assembly. I took computer architectures. He studied microcode and buses and stuff. I haven't kept up to date with, I know what hyperthreading is, but I'm not going to optimize for, I refuse to optimize for, so where were we? Let's go look at branch bit test and set. This is what you want for atomic, coordination's not the word, negotiation's not the word, arbitration's not the word. Is it arbitration? There's a word, I'm not really, I took an operating systems course. When you're working with microcontrollers, if you're working on a 68,000 project, it's pretty easy to make your own. You don't even learn the names of stuff. You just say, that's what I want to do. There's critical sections, and if I don't even use, what I did is I purposely did a ring 0 only, and so pretty much all of the stuff is not relevant. Why is it not relevant? It's kind of like I made an embedded operating system on the PC because that's what I wanted. Did you know that the rings don't do anything unless you have a bug or you have malware? The rings don't do anything. They never get triggered. Hello? Yeah. Okay. Okay, bye. At one company I worked at called Graphic Technology, someone wants to know about a CPU self-test. At one company I worked at, they made image processing for the Bank of England. Bank of England has a big machine where they take notes of currency that have just been printed and they check for blobs using image processing. And what we were using was FPGAs. This was 1998. They had 9 FPGAs on a board, and the guy wanted to know about self-test. And one of the things I did was boundary scan. What that is you have chips with a couple hundred pins, and you can get blobs of solder that you can't see very easily. And so what you want to do is you want to verify that your hardware is doesn't have any obvious defects. And so the designer of the board can design it to be self-tested by there's like two pins for I think they're I2C bus. That's what they are. Yeah. Basically, with 2 wires, a clock, and a data, you can communicate between the 9 chips, and as I recall, you basically send a big long stream of bits that end up. You can put the bits on the pins and read the pins. I forgot exactly, but what you do is you test the pins to see if they behave independently and if they have any sign of a short circuit, and it's basically like a big shift register. You shift the bits around a big long circle or something of these boundary scan shift register. It's a big shift register, and it goes over more than one chip, and that's what I did. So the guy wanted to know about CPU self-test. I think he was being a smart ass talking about some feature of x86, but I'm not amused. You know, go fuck yourself. Some Indian. So the Indian probably doesn't even know what the bit test and set instruction is on x86. As a matter of fact, my bit test and set is as a matter of fact, it's part of the compiler. So watch this. When we go to it's built into the compiler. It's a first class citizen. So if I say I64 I equals 0, bit test and set, address I5, we can unassemble this. I have the best compiler and assembler on earth. It's divine fucking intellect. Okay. This coded to a bit test and set. Now, the funny thing is, all the old school people think, oh, that's a slow instruction. But on modern hardware, all... Hello? So, check this out. I/OR equals, let's see, 33. This is gonna blow your mind. Watch this. Oh, that's not it. I fucked it up. Fuck. I use bit test and set for oh what? Oh, I did the wrong thing. I know what I did. Being an idiot. Being an idiot. Okay. What? Motherfucker. What? Oh, I think it's because of the, let's do this. No, it didn't. I'm trying to get, in one of these cases it uses bit test and set because it's a byte shorter. Fucker. I don't think. No, that's not. Fuck. I can look at the compiler. Branch bit. Oh, I want to look at OR. What am I talking about? No, and branch. Okay. Or actual compare. This is the back end of my compiler. This is, it makes machine code directly. It doesn't make text sort assembly code. It makes x86 machine code. I'm interested in just one architecture. It's pretty laughable to suggest this was taken from GCC, since it's ridiculous. I tried to explain to Fraser, Linux is a semi, Windows is a car, TempleOS is a motorcycle. It is not useful to take an exhaust manifold from a semi and use it on a motorcycle, because by the time you fucking bend and reshape and cut the exhaust manifold from a semi and try and use it on a motorcycle, you would have been better off just starting with raw tube. You're not going to get any benefit taking the exhaust manifold from a semi and trying to use it on a motorcycle. Just use raw tube. Just use raw tube. It's going to be a lot better. And okay, I get it. As a matter of fact, it's an OR equal. Bit ops. Okay, what are we doing? I'm just kind of talking. Yeah, branch. And equal or equal. Okay. So one of these does the bit ops. You see there, it's doing bit ops. So if bit scan reverse I and I greater than max I8. Okay, that's what I need to do. I need to make I greater than max I8. Okay, so that's all. So we have to kick this up. I just wasn't really thinking what I was doing. Let's see. There. Does that blow your brain? When I do an OR, it does a bit test and set bit 8. That's because this is 4 bytes. And if you use OR, it's more than that. And the question is, well, all the old school people squirm and say, but that's slower. No, on a modern architecture, this is not slower. So this is like, no, I don't think anybody is doing these things. It's the best fucking compiler. fuck yourself. Okay, here's what, if I were doing orientation to take a programmer and get them working, I would say your assignment is, like, if you got some get the best programmer on earth. Go find him. Go find the best programmer on earth. And this is how you give the little a clue. Here's what you do. You say, okay. You say, we have a 100,000 line of code limit we imposed on ourselves. We have banned third party libraries since they circumvent the intent of our limit. Your job is to improve the LZW code here, keeping in mind we wish Linux doesn't care about ugly cluster fucked code because 0.001% of their users look at it. The Commodore 64 had everybody tinkering with core stuff. That was the entertainment of the C64. Even stupid people typed in basic programs from magazines and tinkered with them. Our mission is to provide programming as entertainment in the same way the Commodore 64 BASIC was not for elite, but everybody was a user programmer. That's what it was for. So So when you modify this code, remember that we want users to look at it. So now you are ready to possibly contribute. Can you improve my 20,000 line just-in-time AOT? Holy C X86 64 compiler assemble. Can you improve my 20,000 line just-in-time AOT XE? You get a big bonus if you change the syntax of the language and improve things. That's why I claim divine intellect, because you won't be able, now that you understand the metric. Okay, we want to what are we going to do? We're going to go for a kosher NIST 1106. You know, I get nervous typing my password all the time on a live stream. I think Google gets a lot of passwords. No, I'm literally puppeted by God in the same way David was puppeted by God. David said, "Fuck you, you're a heathen. I'm gonna smack your fucking head with the hand of God." That's what. And God, you know who God loved more than anybody? David, because he trusted God and he smacked the fucking hell out of the fucking giant. Drove a fucking rock right through the fucker's head. That's what he did. Let's go read that. That's what made God really happy. He said, "You're my favorite person ever." And then he saw a beautiful woman and killed her husband. God said, damn, this is my favorite person ever. That's what makes God happy. When you smack the heathen, that's what makes him thrilled with the righteous hand of God, because he holds your hand. Do you want to see proof that I am fucking God's avatar and he wears me like a glove? God wears me like a glove, okay? God wears me like a fucking glove. Just... Oh, not... Hold on a second. I am God's fucking avatar. 1106. And so are you. So, blessed is the man that maketh the Lord his trust, and respecteth not the proud, nor such as turn aside to lies. Many, O Lord my God, are thy wonderful works which thou hast done, and thy thoughts which are to usward, they cannot be reckoned up in order unto thee. If I were to declare and speak of them, they are more than can be numbered. Sacrifice and offering thou dost not desire. My ear hast thou opened. Burnt offering and sin offering hast thou not required. Then said I, Lo, I come. In the volume of the book it is written of me. I delight to do thy will, O my God. Yea, thy law is within my heart. I have preached righteousness in the great congregation. Lo, I have not refrained my lips, O Lord, thou knowest. Don't fuck with me. Only a retard fucks with God's... If you got a man with lightning shooting out of his fucking eyes, only a retard picks a fight with them. Okay? Fuck yourself. What kind of retard picks a fight with a man who's got fucking laser beams shooting out of his eyes? You are one dumb son of a fucking bitch. That's the stupidest fucker. He still ain't real clear on what a random number is. He's like, derp. I don't know, but the NIST, I don't think that's random numbers. No, I don't think that's random numbers. It's something else. The NIST random number, those are something else. They're not random numbers. What kind of retard picks a fight with a man with laser beams shooting out of his fucking eyes? You ain't real clear on what a fucking random number is, obviously. In other words, God puppets me, God puppets you. He can make you stick a fork in your fucking eye. He controls our nukes, he controls hot bits, he controls antimatter, particle, he controls all random numbers. He makes perfect justice in everybody's life. So the enemy says, oh, so God puppets you. I go, no, it gets better. God puppets you. That's not the best part. God puppets you. God does justice in everybody's life. Everybody is totally immersed in the control of God. Somebody said, you know, free will doesn't work with determinism. Meanwhile, I'm fucking howling with laughter. Dude, man, there's masters of puppets and masters of puppets. Hello? Pew, pew, pew. Let's go. Arbitration. I think that's the word I was looking for. So, that's what I meant to say. I don't know why. I don't use that word very often. So it uses a simple semaphore lock atomic bit test and set for arbitration, and here's where it gets tricky. The person was talking about hyperthreading, and at one point I had ambitions of not using the hyperthreading. I didn't trust it. I didn't think it was good, and I wanted to identify so that if I have 8 cores, don't I want the first 4 to be used before the other 4? And as it turns out, the way you identify these, at first you think you can change the each core, you interrupt them all, and then one by one they make their way through this semaphore lock, at which point we give them a number, and that becomes the core number. And however, when you're dealing with the hardware, it doesn't like the number changed. So it has its own idea of what number it is. And so what you do is you say, okay, whoa, that's fine. You can keep your number. We're going to use our number, but when we interrupt, we're going to use the number that makes you happy. And that's kind of how you have to figure these things out. So like when you do an interrupt, you put the APIC ID into, I guess, bit 24, and that's how you interrupt a specific core. You give it an interrupt number. So it has its own mind. You know, what I at first what I tried to do was, okay, hello.
Hey Terry, I was writing a program in a language called Python, and I wrote a function I didn't tab all the way over, and so when it tried to compile, it broke because this white space wasn't right. Is that okay?
It has a the white space is as a matter of fact, the assembly doesn't pay attention to character turn. In assembly, I have a lexical analyzer, which is the front end of the compiler end assembler. Okay, and the lexical analyzer uses C white space instead of assembly. In C, the end of line is not important in C. But in assembly, most assemblers pay attention to the end of line.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I just wanted to add that Python language, it cares that the white space and the end of line character turn is in a certain place.
Yeah. Now I do have an issue with the pound define backslash for extending onto multiple lines. Don't put anything after the backslash if you're extending onto multiple lines.
All right, will do. Thank you.
Okay, bye. So when they start up, you have to record the APIC ID that at first I thought, oh, well, I'm going to assign the APIC ID. The thing doesn't exactly like you to change it. That's what I quickly discovered. Maybe there's some way to do it. At some point I gave up trying to redefine it and just said, okay, that's what you seem to want. That's what your ID is. We'll let you keep it. So MP APIC init. So at this point I read what it has as its APIC ID. And then from then on, when I'm giving interrupts, I say, well, this is the number that it identifies as itself, and it doesn't want to be called any other number. So that's how we identify it. So anyway, so I was going to show you, watch this. Okay, so one of the reasons I use this, I use my own blog because at first I was publishing a lot of code, and I could only access my code from within, and I didn't want to export it and re-highlight it. And anyway, so I was publishing a lot of my code. Anyway, so what we're going to do right now is prove that I'm God's avatar. You can do this on your own. First we're going to turn on the trace. What this is well, anyway, I'll just do it. So I'm going to say, I'm going to take get timestamp count. This is going to give me the 3 gigahertz cycle clock, and we're going to take the last 5 digits and go into the kosher file. Okay, the last 5 digits were 97823. And so we're going to go into the kosher. That's a 3 gigahertz clock. It is definitely not human. This proves I'm God's avatar. Okay, now we're going to go into if I can control a 3 gigahertz clock, I am definitely being controlled by God. Oh, we're in the wrong place. You can be controlled by God too. Control G. Okay. You have to do an offering. I might have pressed my luck too far. The land is Seir, and these are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom before there reigned any king over the children of Israel. And Bela son of Bor reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhabah. Bela died, and Jehobed son of Zerah Basra reigned in his stead. So you can get meaning out of these names if you harvest them. And Jobab died, and Husham in the land of Timnah reigned in his. And Hushaim died, and Hadad, son of Bedad, smote Midian in the field of Moab and reigned in his stead. Okay, I'm not really getting anything out of this. I think it was a dud. But why don't I redeem myself before you get the wrong impression? We have to correct that real quick with a massive miracle. Okay, so Alt F5. We're gonna do a Moses comic. That has to be genuinely funny. Okay. Okay, now we're going to do the kosher. We're going to do get timestamp count. We're going to take the last 5 digits. Pow! 85510. We're going to go to kosher, Control G, 85510. What the fuck? Hey, it's doing it again. When I had 2 columns in a big document in a border, we get a weird lag. Quit. It didn't lag when I quit. Okay. Now we, maybe I put word wrap? No, I didn't put word wrap. Okay. Okay. So what did we get? I hope we got a great miracle. I kind of got a lot of text, didn't I? Oh well. Does the righteous here mean him that serveth God, and the wicked him that serveth him not? Why this repetition? To the Hillel replied, the expression he that serveth God and he that serveth him not are both to be understood as denoting perfectly righteous. So I basically repeated an old joke, but he who repeats his lesson 100 times is not to be compared to one who repeats it 100 times, 101 times. Then said Ben, hey, what? Because he has repeated what he has learned only one time less than the other, is he to be considered as one who serveth him not? Yes, was the reply. Go and learn the lesson from the published tariff of the donkey drivers, 10 miles for 1 zuz, 11 for 2. Chigaga. Hillel was great and good and clever, but his exposition of Scripture, as we see from the above, is not always to be depended upon. If indeed he was the teacher of Jesus, as some suppose him to have been, then Jesus must, even from a rabbinical standpoint, be regarded as greater than Hillel the Great, for he never handled the Scriptures with such irreverence. 103 chapters or psalms were uttered by David, and he did not pronounce the word hallelujah until he came to contemplate the downfall of the wicked, as is written, let the sinners be consumed out of the earth, let the wicked be no more. Bless the Lord, O my soul, hallelujah. Instead of 103, we ought to say 104, but we infer from this that blessed is the man, etc., and why do the heathen rage, etc., are but one psalm. Wait, what? We don't have. Okay, we're gonna go NAST kosher and we're gonna watch the whole thing and then get the
It is like a sweet spot. Even if you structure the anti-bubbles
with the covering of badger skin, and shall put in the staves thereof. And you shall shut up. And they shall take a cloth of blue and cover the candlestick of the light, and his lamp, and his tongs, and the snuff dish, and all the oil vessels thereof, wherewith they minister unto it. And they shall put it with all the vessels thereof with the covering of badger skin, and shall put it upon a bar. And upon the golden altar they shall spread a cloth of blue, and cover it with a covering of badger skins, and shall put to the staves thereof, and they shall take all the instruments of ministry, wherewith the ministers minister in the sanctuary, and put them in a cloth of blue, and cover them with the cover of badger skins, and shall put them on a bar. And they shall take away the ashes from the altar, and spread a purple cloth thereon, and they shall put upon it all the vessels thereof, wherewith they minister about it, even the censers, the flesh hooks, the shovels, the basins, all the vessels of the altar, and they shall spread it a covering of badger skins, and put to the staffs of it. What happened? What's going on here? I think I hit backspace. So, let me tell you some of my design philosophy. I'll tell you what my text editor was designed for is first of all, what the operating system is designed for. We cherry pick. It's not a general purpose operating system, and it is designed for these games, no more, no less, or anything that's in between. So let's take an example. Here's a game. TempleOS is absolutely the best environment for making this game. Okay, the code, it's 700 lines of code. It has graphics and source. These are 3D meshes. Some people think it's Flash. No, it's not Flash. It's written from scratch all the way down to triangles. So you come in here and go to the editor, edit as text. So these are the triangles, and that graphic is stored in this file. The whole file it's stored as source code. There is no object code in TempleOS. You never have object code. Basically, it just in time compiles source into machine code. It goes source to machine code without object code. So look at this. The files are stored compressed, and that's the size. And well, anyway. Okay, so what do we have in this directory? Here's a game for beginners you will not find a better. I judge by making simple things simple. Okay, so the goal is like the Commodore 64 people who programmed in BASIC. What are they going to do when they're adults? They're going to write hymns. You're going to do hymns as offerings. That's what adults do. They had a competition to see who could start fire with a miracle. And they killed the losers. So, somebody was talking about my editor. Okay, well, the goal is not desktop publishing. It's these games. And so what do we want? We want the editor. First of all, we are not designing to print on paper. Our documents are not for printing on paper. Our documents are strictly for the screen. Okay, so basically these documents are strictly for the screen. And you can it's one format for everything. You see these icons? We can put them on the command line. It's one document format. It's one document. The icons still work. You can put the icons into source code. Check this out. I can go into here, into my source code. I can put an icon. It's going to ignore it. I can run it. It still runs. I can click this icon. It starts it. Okay, so you can put links, active links. So now that we've this is what my document is designed for. This is showing it boots in real mode. It starts in the master boot record, goes to master boot record stage 2, does the partition boot record, it loads kernel.bin, starts in 16-bit mode, switches to 32 to 64, loads a compiler, executes. This is like autoexec.bat. This is a file in the root directory, startOS, and that calls make, which executes all the code in the Atom directory, and when it finishes, it executes all the code in the home directory. This is your code where you customize it, and finally spawns a couple processes. You can do a soft reboot, which restarts the computer here. If it's a CD-ROM, it jumps into here. So what is I want small documents that are pretty rich. I want small documents that are pretty rich, okay? I don't handle the Bible very well. This is not what it's optimized for. Why is it not optimized? Okay, so let's review. My documents are pretty rich. These are all the documents are stored as a circular double linked list of commands. You can have text, new line, tab, page break. It can record the cursor position when it saves to a file, so that when the IDE reloads, it's the same cursor position. Clear, left margin, right margin. You get the idea. Button, checkbox, sprite, song. Okay, so these are internally, it converts it into a circular double linked list of these. And when we're editing the Bible, this is all text, and it's pretty long. It's 100,000 lines. Now, the way we draw it, as a matter of fact, 30 times a second, we recalculate the whole document. Why do I do that? Because let's go to line 50,000, and let's put a margin. Okay, let's put a margin, page setting, left margin 40. Okay, so it's a series of commands, and here's a left margin 40. Okay, now here's where it gets weird. This is from the Ticketmaster report generator. Let's watch this. Let's do Control L, cursor movement. Let's move the cursor position backward up the page 20 lines. Do you see what I just did? It came down here, it jumped over there, it jumped up, and now it's putting the, oh, you can't see where I'm pointing my fingers. now it's putting the text here. Okay, so here's the problem. When we're refreshing the screen, how do we know that something below is not going to jump back on top of us? We have to do the whole document. You might say, that's ridiculous, it's bad, it doesn't scale. Our goal is rich, small documents, not big documents, okay? We want rich, small documents, not big. So fuck it. You can do word wrap. Watch this. I can set the set the right margin to 40 and Control W. Now we have word wrap in 40 columns in the Bible. This really starts stressing it. Anyway, so it's a different philosophy. Basically, some people say, well, this operating system can run on a 486. I look at them and I say, nobody would buy an operating system that runs on a 486. If you go to a store and you put one operating system that can run on a 486 all the way up, and another operating system that can run on a modern 16-core Xeon, what are they going to buy? Nobody's going to buy the 486. They're going to buy the new one. Now, why would you buy the new one? because a loser runs on old shitty hardware. They say, what is yours good for? Well, it runs on old shitty hardware. A winner finds a new way to use modern hardware. And what I do is I used to call my company Trivial Solutions. What I do is I keep the code simple and I use modern hardware to enable new techniques. As a matter of fact, when I update the screen, I update it 30 times a second, and I just draw everything on the screen 30 times a second. You say, yeah, but you should do invalidate rectangles. Well, guess what? What's the worst case load for the graphics? A full screen video game. Okay, and what's invalidate rectangles going to do? It's not going to help at all, and all you've done is clusterfuck your code. And you say, yeah, but look at this. We have a really low score on a text editor or on a command line. Well, I'm going, dude, I don't care. I don't care about power. I want desktops, and my concern is simple code and full screen video games. Some people will move heaven and earth so you can play 2 video games at once. Some people will move heaven and earth so you can play 2 video games at once. They will clusterfuck everything so that you can play 2 video games at once. We cherry pick. We don't do everything. We cherry pick the hell out of it. Okay, let's do a little experiment here. Peter Gadwa likes they like to use code alignment. Okay, if you know what code alignment is, let's do data align. Let's do where is that fucker? Where is that? So there was a guy at Graphic Technologies. He was a mechanical engineer, and one day we had a little test chip programmer that we were making just for personal use. We had a little plastic box, and we needed a switch installed in this little plastic box. So he walks over there, takes a look at it, drills a hole, sticks the switch in there, and I was kind of shocked because I always measure it and drill it and mark it. He just looks at it, drills a hole. I was stunned. I was like, what? And then I started talking to myself, well, he's a mechanical engineer. He knows what he's doing. And then I said to myself, you know, trying to say, well, he knows what he's doing. Well, if it looks right, it looks right. If it looks right, it looks right. If it looks right, it looks right. Okay. So what I did, let's go ahead and align the align everything. Okay, here we got some alignment issues. Okay, let's align everything and see if it makes a difference on speed. And what you'll find is no, it doesn't make a difference. Maybe you can measure it and it makes it, you know, let's say 0.5% faster. But if you're just running it and you do it and it doesn't make any difference. And so that's when you have to be objective and clear-headed. Some people can never rise above Jedi mind tricks. There are these roadblocks. I am the one who sees through the roadblocks. You want to know why I'm special? I do not get fooled by, I do not fight the last war. I do not get tricked by Jedi mind tricks. I see the world as it is. I see the world without the blinders that have been put in place. So when I sit there and I say, should I use alignment? Well, I test it. The alignment doesn't do anything, so I say, fuck it, I don't like the alignment. As a matter of fact, I'm lying a little bit. There's this one thing, so I started with, let's take a look at, watch this. What can we look at? Let's do this. So we're going to look at a demo. Input pointer. Okay, here's a little program. Let's start this off by, let's do, how do we do this? I rename these fuckers so often. Pastries, okay. Okay, passtrace. Okay, what we're looking at here is okay, first of all, let's start with this. So I want to reach beginners. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why my system is impressive? This was important to me. one of my metrics. You know, Amazon has one-click sales. Some people say, what's the big deal? Well, that's not easy. I have one command, graphics to screen, okay? If you're not fucking really impressed, you don't have a clue. Okay, here is, let's see what this does. You move the mouse around and you get mouse trails. Okay, how did I do this? I have global variable. You can do some things a simple way and a complex or a conventional way. I make available global variables for the mouse position. Okay, and here's a button status global variable for the mouse. Sometimes it's a lot easier to do it this way than to fuck around with message passing. Okay, I do not fight the last war. Everybody else is making Linux. They're making another Linux. The CIA is really trying hard to put blinders. Oh, well, obviously you haven't done virtual memory and paging yet, and then you need to do your POSIX, and you know it's not even POSIX compliant yet. Why is it not POSIX compliant? You know, so they put these blinders. You know, your C's not standard. You should be using the GCC, and start with GCC and use a cross compiler, and you want to start with that, and you know, I do not fight the last war. I am not fooled by Jedi mind tricks. That's why I'm special, okay? I alone. Angels put roadblocks. So what we're looking at here is the stages of optimizing. So at pass 0, it starts out RISC. Push, pop. If you know what a stack machine is, this is stack machine. And then as it goes to stage 2, starts optimizing. Pass 2, pass 3. Okay, so at about pass 3, pass 4, pass 5, we're starting to get more complex. In general, it starts with RISC and converts it to CISC. So over the years, I tried to make it more and more optimized by converting RISC to CISC. Now, I've given you a hint. What do you think my success was when I started with RISC and I converted it to CISC? Well, if you know how the architecture works, it takes CISC and converts it to RISC and schedules it and does as much in parallel as possible. And so all that work, you can imagine over the years, I'm getting really excited as I'm merging together a couple simple instructions into a complex one. And then what happens? It makes no fucking difference, okay? Do you know why it doesn't make any difference? Because the CPU takes the CISC, puts them into RISC, and runs them. And it makes no fucking difference. All that work to make the nice... Now, if I were true to my principles, I would tear out all that optimizing and say the best is to leave it RISC. Don't even bother. That's what I would do if I were true to my principles. However, in the bigger picture, we want pretty assembly code. So, as a matter of fact, let's look at our assembly. So I do not do loop unrolling. Why not? Loop unrolling actually makes a difference, but we're not playing. We're not slave to performance. Okay, so here's my assembly code. I take pride in my one of my highest goals for my compiler is good looking assembly code. That's one of my, I want good looking assembly code. You know, kind of like by old school standards. That's what I want. I don't want loop unrolling. Fuck that. I want nice, simple, I want short, good looking assembly code. You know, we're not trying to, you know, God already said 640 by 480. If God said 640 by 480, we're really not playing to win according to how things are normally judged. We're not playing to win in the same way everybody conventionally does. So once we're not playing to win, what are we playing for? We're trying to make a toy that is, if you want to see what our advantage is, you know, this is the advantage. Quantity has a quality all its own. When you look at my code profiler, you say, okay, yeah, that's real nice. It's a tiny code profiler, but what you don't realize is, holy fuck, I can understand this at a quick glance, and I can modify it for whatever purpose I want, and I can reboot, and the fucker takes effect. Bam! Now you got the modified code profiler. It compiles everything in 1 second. It compiles ahead of time code in half a second, and it compiles the other half just in time when you boot. So quantity has a quality all its own. Quantity has a quality all its own. If you can keep it this simple, then you can modify the kernel. You can if you can keep it simple enough, quantity has a quality all its own. What? I should. Okay. Okay, we have to repeat ourselves. God said 640 by 480. I finally am competent enough to explain it. That's what I... Anyway. Do you want to know... Okay, first of all, fuck you, because God said so. Okay, fuck you. God said 640 by 480. I'm in charge of Intel. Suck my fucking cock. How about them apples? Okay, fuck yourself. You can complain all you want. I'm gonna shove my cock down your throat and you're gonna swallow. Okay, so fuck you. So that's the reality. It's called bitch slap by God. Okay, fuck yourself. God said 640 by 480. Intel sucks a cock. Okay, that's how it works. So, why do we have to explain divine intellect to the... I guess so. Okay, so let's explain divine intellect to the... God's favorite game is Donkey Kong. My mom taught preschool. They made crayon art. For some reason, the kids would get to the end and decide to get to the end, and then take the black crayon and scribble all over it. My mom did not like sending home ugly black scribble covered art. She took away the black crayons. She thought it was probably because black felt powerful that the kids covered with it. Okay, so when you give a game company high color resolution and sound, they have a black crayon and make a awful turd. Always. Every time. They always make a turd. Let's make a World War I game as realistic as possible, and God said to put moans of the dying into the game. That would be uber awesome. The most realistic World War I game ever. So, now, how about I stick a gun down your throat and you suck my cock. Do it, nigger, because I said so. Okay, so now we do. So, my mom taught preschool. They had them draw with crayons, and she said for some reason the kids covered them with black when they were at the end, because the black felt like a powerful color, and they just enjoyed covering it with black. And so every single kid, every single time, brought home art that was ugly scribbles colored in black. So she decided to take away the black crayons. She had a set of crayons without the black. And that's how she solved the problem. What you get with, here's Battlezone. This was a really fun game. And then when you give them a more powerful computer, they always add a gay story. It's like, no, we don't want a fucking gay story. We don't want a story. We want to just shoot shit with a tank.
Fuck this gay story. We want to shoot shit with a tank.
These storylines are for homos, okay? I'm telling you, the stories are for homos, okay? You know, this is already, this is 256 colors, and it has, God said, a single frequency voice for audio. In here they already have dying sounds. Okay, so they have 256 colors. God said to reduce it to 16 colors, and they have an audio that can make death screams. God said to reduce it to just a frequency, a single frequency. Now look at this shit, what they did.
This is not even fun. Unashamedly ridiculous. Just like the new perk system. If you perform enough stealth takedowns, you'll unlock the ability to throw a knife. The more knives you... Killing dogs. So they give you these gay fucking faggot briefings where they tell you what the mission is. It's like, this is so gay. Oh, you shoot a Nazi? So after you kill them, well, shooting Nazis. But even after a cold shower, it's clear that this Wolfenstein's...
No, you don't want talking in your fucking game. You just want to shoot shit. That's the way. Now, if that's what a kid wants to do, and if you need this other shit, what are you doing playing games? You're an adult, okay? Fuck that. There's no reason. There's no reason to make adult games. What you need to do if you're an adult is write hymns for God and do offerings all day. Okay? You want to talk to a space alien or you want to be a nigger retard? $26. Oh, puppy. And I said unto the nobles and to the rulers and to the rest of the people, the work is great and large, and we are separated upon the wall from one far from another. And in what place therefore ye hear the sound of the trumpet, resort ye there unto us. Our God shall fight for us. So we labored in the work, and half of them held the spears from the rising of the morning till the stars appeared. Likewise at the same time said I unto the people, let every one with his servant lodge within Jerusalem, that in the night they may be a guard to us that labor on the day. So neither I, nor my brethren, nor my servants, nor my men of the guard which followed me, none of us put off our clothes, saving that every one put them off for washing. And there was a great I have to do the washing. Okay. There was a great cry of people and of wives against. Okay. So the first thing we need fixed, VMware needs to fix the sound. The CIA thought it was funny that they could ruin hymns. That CIA gets a bullet in the head. He's the first one. The little said, let's fuck with God. Hymns are the only thing it's good for. That CIA gets a bullet in the head. From me, I'll do it. Gladly, I'll fucking blow the little watermelon to Kingdom Come with a nice big 44. Fucking pow! Fucking splatter some CIA watermelons. Fucker, take a shot at God. They started a fucking war with God. You know you got hell to pay, you retards. What the fuck you thinking? Oh yeah, you're fucked. Starting a war with God. Okay, some retard accused me. Don't go there. You're dead, okay? You are so fucking dead. CIA is talking about energy consumption, okay? Guess what? The thermostat uses 65% of home electric energy. The thermostat uses 65%. Any conversation about global warming that does not start with the president wearing a sweater is just bullshit. If they're not wearing a sweater, it's absolute bullshit. Just tell them to go to fuck themselves. It's just fucking, it's just population control to fuck with China and shit like that. If, you know, Colin Powell said if glass is not hitting the floor and there's gunshots, he just ignores it. You know, if the president's not wearing a sweater, it's just bullshit. In the 1970s, Carter wore a sweater. There was energy conservation. They wore a sweater, and they took it seriously. This is a fucking joke. Not a single person has even mentioned conserving energy. Not a single one. It's an absolute fucking joke. Go fuck yourself. You dare to fucking talk about energy and the... This is like a fucking 200-watt light bulb, okay? It's like one light bulb in the house, and fucking, it's about, let's say, 5% of our house usage. Fuck yourself, okay? You dare to do that shit, you're gonna, oh man. And that's just the beginning. How about triacs? I had an assignment on triacs, and they're fucking cluster fucked by the CIA. They fuck everything up. We gotta, like, take a fucking 44, and I will personally execute every fucking watermelon head splattered CIA. They're fucking, don't even fucking pick a fight with me. So, no, I don't have. So, did you know that the Higgs boson, they proved it like once and then it stayed in existence? The Higgs boson does not disappear. Once you prove it with 6 sigma, you don't have to keep proving it every day, okay? You don't have to keep proving the Higgs every fucking day. You should like accept it, you know what I'm saying? It's like, but with God, it's like, God, you got to prove it every day over and over. Like every 5 seconds, you got to reprove it. It's like, fuck, man, didn't we just prove it to 6 sigma? What the fuck is the problem? We have characters dropped. It's worse on this computer than my Xeon on the clipboard. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. Okay, so we're going to do a NIST random number that's from the kosher 100,000 lines. Here's what you need to do. Talk to God for 5 minutes, being witty and charming, and then randomly open the Bible. And this is the quickest way to settle the issue. You've probably never read the Bible. Fraser seems to think that doesn't matter. He's like, no, your brain can do it. I'm going, Fraser, I'd never read the Bible. He's like, no, your brain can do it. I got an MIT neuron specialist, says your brain can go 3 gigahertz. Going, Fraser, you're full of shit. Now you just showed me that all my stories are bullshit. After I described the 3 gigahertz stopwatch, Fraser says, this MIT neuron specialist says it's the brain. Fraser, no, even though an MIT neuron specialist, a phrenologist, says the brain can go 3 gigahertz, fucking. Does your phrenologist know what a phase lock loop is? No. What does your fucking phrenologist do? He's a fucking phrenologist. He doesn't know circuits. What the fuck does he know about the brain? Sick of the fucking phrenologist. Oh, I gotta get too close. So talk to God for 5 minutes, being witty and charming, and then randomly open the Bible. That's the quickest way to spread the word. You don't have to worry about hacks. Now, Fraser is not real clear on the concept, and he says, oh, this is a mentalist thing. The Bible is a mentalist thing. Okay, Fraser, you know, maybe you are incapable of thinking higher than a monkey, but I'm telling you, if you do this about 5 times, if you're not a monk, if you're still a monkey, I told Mom, if I win the lottery 3 times in a row, would you believe? She's like, no, improbable things happen all the time. oh my God. Higgs is proven to 5 or 6 sigma, and that's what scientists do. I'd prove it with my mom, 3 lottery wins. She's like, no, improbable things happen. Oh my God. If you think people are stupid, they're even stupider than that. Jesus told parables because people are so stupid. What is your malfunction, you son of a bitch? And a man also, or a woman that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones, their blood shall be upon them. And the Lord said unto Moses, Speak unto the priests and sons of Aaron, and say unto them, There shall none be defiled for the dead among his people, but for his kin that is near unto him, that is, for his mother, for his father, for his sons, for his daughter, for his brother, and for his sister a virgin that is nigh unto him, which hath had no husband, for her he may be defiled. But he shall not defile himself, being a chief man among his people, to profane himself. They shall not make baldness upon their head, neither shall they shave the corners of their beard, nor make any cutting on their flesh. So I like candies. Well, whatever. So, do more miracles. What do you think? Let's do some miracles.
security of devices, whether it's your computer, whether it's your phone, whether it's your washing machine, is a binary state. A red stream of cardinals filled up St. Peter's to welcome the new members of the College of Cardinals. The solemn silence was broken as the papal nuncio in Syria, Mario Zenari, spoke in the name of the newcomers. Ci ha chiamati da tutti i continenti, dalla regione considerata come la culla del cristianesimo e dove per la prima volta i discepoli furono chiamati cristiani, dalle giovani e dinamiche chiese, dal vecchio continente e dal nuovo mondo. Pope Francis reflected on a passage of the Gospel in which Jesus, after having chosen the 12 apostles, did not stay in the mountain but